Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Aneke television. How agribo mu die ku nkwazo na ahia mgboju ogugwu kakwu ogugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na emela ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emela ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-anọ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site. Ọ dị na
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Million thanks for joining us, and welcome to Aneke TV Market Outlook, coming to you live from our headquarters here in Enugu. Today we'll bring you the latest performance updates from the Nigerian Stock Exchange, forex rates, global crude oil movements, and key commodity prices. And this is the business desk where data meets destiny and your words finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, where the Nigerian exchange returned to positive territory yesterday as bargain hunters moved in reversing midweek losses. The All-Share Index gained 473.17 points, closing 0.20% higher at 239,156.09, pushing total market capitalization up by 305.56 billion naira to end the session at 154.44 trillion naira. Trading activity was mixed. Overall volume dipped to 499.94 million shares traded across 40,269 deals, while overall market turnover remained robust at 35.14 billion naira. Commercial banks led the charge. Zenith Bank emerged as the primary volume driver, trading 69.95 million shares, followed closely by Grantee Trust Holding Company and First Holding Corporation. First Holding Corporation generated the largest overall value on the exchange, with GT and Zenith Bank rounding out the top value contributors as institutional investors rebalanced 80 kobo. Nestle Nigeria dropped 0.35%, losing 10 naira to close at 2,830 naira. Ikeja Hotel shed 7.86% to close at 38 naira 70 kobo. International Energy Insurance fell deeper at 9.84% to close at 2 naira 84 kobo. Followed by Len Africa, which declined 9.84% to close in the dip of 8 naira 70 kobo. And looking ahead to today's final trading section of the week, analysts project a cautious sideways trend. Market breadth remained negative today despite the index tick-up, with 40 stocks declining against 22 advancers as at yesterday. Therefore, expect continued capital rotation as investors lock in short-term gains while accumulating undervalued tier 1 banking stocks ahead of corporate action releases. Now quickly turning to the forex market, where the Nigerian Naira closed Thursday's trading section on a positive note. In the official window, underpinned by improving liquidity and expanding external reserves. However, minor demand pressure persisted across parallel market counter desk. The naira gained ground against the greenback, strengthening by 0.52% to close at 1,343 naira against the US dollar, compared to 1,349 naira 99 kobo against the US dollar in the previous session. CBN spot clearing rates reflected an even tighter band, settling near 1,338 naira 59 kobo at the official market. Now moving on to the street market, or the black market, what we call the pari market. The local currency experienced light profit taking, sliding by 7 naira to trade around 1,405 naira to the dollar, keeping the official to street spread tightly bounded at roughly 62 naira. And against the British pound, the naira closed near 1,820 naira 34 kobo, while the euro traded around 1,560 naira 12 kobo. Looking at the reserves, which surged to 53.11 billion US dollar, providing strong intervention capacity for the Central Bank of Nigeria. And here is our market projection for today. Expect the naira to trade within a range band of 1,335 naira to the dollar to 1,350 naira against the US dollar, as sustained liquidity from the central bank keeps other books balanced heading into the weekend. Street rates are expected to hold steady around 1,400 to 1,410 naira against the dollar. Importer demand remains active, but strong offshore inflows and solid official buffers will prevent sharp speculative swings. Traders will monitor today's forex turnover figures and gross reserve accumulation trajectory as the CBN continues its steady market liquidity operations. And quickly turning to the energy market, where crude oil prices staged a solid rebound during yesterday's global trading section as third geopolitical negotiation and ongoing supply constraint provided fresh support. However, early Asian trading this morning, sees both global benchmark taking a slight breather as market participants lock in quick gains ahead of key economic commentary. Now, taking a look at yesterday's, where global crude benchmark reversed earlier losses to close noticeably higher. International benchmark Brent crude surged by over 2%, gaining roughly $1.86 to settle at $88.51 per barrel. The rally was largely anchored by renewed geopolitical jitters surrounding transit risk and tight regional supply balances. U.S. West Texas Intermediate followed suit, expanding by 1.6% to finish the session at $83.53 per barrel. The Brent WTI differential held steady near $4.98 per barrel, reflecting standard freight logistics alongside steady domestic inventory draws. And quickly taking a look at the early morning performance today, early trading across international markets shows energy futures ticking slightly lower in a narrow consolidated range. Brent is trading down roughly 0.06% to $88.46 per barrel, while WTI has eased back by 0.14%, hovering around $83.41 per barrel. And quickly, here is the market outlook for today. The overall bias for crude futures remain cautiously balanced for the rest of today's trading session. Persistent supply constraints and elevated fiscal demand across key refined products continue to establish a firm price floor. Rate policy uncertainty and macro headwinds stemming from U.S. inflation indicators are keeping headline gains in check. Brent is expected to test resistance around $89.50 per barrel, with strong downside support holding firm near $87.50 per barrel. WTI is projected to trade within $82.50 to $84.50 range. And quickly moving on to take a look at the Nigerian commodities market, where staple food prices across major regional hubs reflected mixed trading dynamics as of yesterday, while increased transport logistics kept food inflation elevated in urban centers. Steady local harvest arrivals provided modest relief for key grains and tuber categories. Starting with Lagos, Yes, the Lagos market axis in major hubs like My 12 and K2, a 50 kg bag of local long grain rice averaged 50,000 to 65,000 naira, while imported variants traded between 61,000 and 80,000 naira. Gari maintained retail stability at 1,100 naira to 1,500 naira per paint bucket, depending on white or Ijebu variety. While a 100 kg bag of white beans held steady around 80,000 to 125,000 naira. And quickly moving on to Abuja, the Abuja hub, FCT, consumer prices in the Federal Capital Territory recorded a slight premium over coastal centers due to interstate freight costs. Local rice traded within a 52,000 to 68,000 naira band, while 100 kg bag of brown beans hovered between 85,000 and 115,000 naira. And in Enugu market axis, across major markets in the southeast, local rice settled in a 48,000 to 63,000 naira range per 50 kg bag. Tubers and yellow gari saw firm demand, with medium-sized yam tubers averaging 2,500 to 3,200 naira each amid ongoing regional supply arrivals. Now taking a look at export grains. On the Affairs Commodity Exchange, export grains traded with minor price corrections across key contracts. Maize, the white one of it, settled near 335,000 naira per metric ton. Soybeans maintained a firm floor around 677,500 naira per metric ton, while Shogun gained marginal traction into trade near 331,750 naira per metric ton. Paddy rice contracts held steady at 344,980 naira per metric ton, backed by sustained off-taker demand from domestic millers. Now turning to the global equity markets, which presented a stark divergence over the last 24 hours. A technology-led rally sparked strong gains across Wall Street, while European indices closed mixed and Asian markets experienced profit-taking following a strong weekly run. Now starting with the Wall Street, which closed higher across the board on Thursday, propelled by a blowout earnings, and releases, strong forward guidance from AI chip giant Nvidia, and alongside sharp rallies in enterprise software names. Nasdaq Composite, the tech-heavy benchmark, heavily outperformed, surging 1.57% to close at 26,541.35 points. S&P 500 advanced 0.72% to settle at 7,730.99 points, moving within striking distance of its all-time peak. Dow Jones Industrial Average, the blue chips trade the broader tech rally, but stayed in positive territory, gaining 0.20% to finish at 53,569.44 points. And quickly moving on to the European markets. Major European pauses ended Thursday's session on a mixed cautious footing as investors digested corporate balance sheets while monitoring macroeconomic central bank signals. In Germany, DAX led regional gains, edging up 0.19% to close near 26,336 points. And in France, CAC 40 added 0.27% on a modest dip buying across luxury and industrial heavyweights. In United Kingdom, FTSE 100 ticked lower, losing 0.07% to settle near 10,816 points, pulled down by weakness in energy and mining shares. And quickly moving on to the Asian Pacific markets, where Asian trading hubs closed mixed to slightly lower on Thursday as traders locked in profit following a strong multi-day advance. In Japan, Nikkei 225 slipped 0.20% to close at 66,131.98 points, taking a breather as tech investors pause for breath. And in Hong Kong, Hang Seng shed 0.34% to settle at 25,565.74 points, weighted down by property and consumer retail counters. And in mainland China, Shanghai Composite bucked the regional trend, advancing 1.13% to close at 3,956.57 points on local policy stimulus expectations. And in South Korea, Kospi outperformed sharply across Asia, surging 1.50% to close at 6,912.37 points, buoyed by memory chip exporters. And quickly, to our strategic market advice, especially for our Nigerian investors, we urge you to lock in double-digit fixed income yields. Yes, direct cash reserves into money market funds, treasury bills, and FGN saving bonds. The reason is high benchmark interest rates are 26.50%, guarantee low risk, predictable returns, while equities pull back. And secondly, we urge you to hunt value in tier 1 commercial banks. Yes, accumulate dividend paying banks like Zenith, Access Holdings. These stocks are on the dips. The reason is why high interest rates expand net interest margins for major lenders, offering clear long-term value at current low stock prices. And 3, we urge you to hold upstream energy and export stocks. Maintain position in upstream oil producers and export-focused counters. The reason is Brent crude remaining firm near $88 per barrel keeps earnings and dividend yields strong. And equally, we are urging you to avoid parallel market forex hoarding. Do not buy black market forex for short-term speculation. The reason is external reserves reaching 53.11 billion US dollars give the CBN ample power to keep the official naira exchange rate steady around 1,343 naira against the US dollar. And that brings us to the end of today's market outlook. But here is a quick reminder before you trade. While we give you the data, we don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV Market Outlook to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded 4th Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme Burial and Traditional Funeral Ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agabozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Death were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agobos noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high-profile burial where 200 cows were reportedly donated, describing it as inactive, as indicative of the trend. These displays place a huge burden on middle and low-income families, he warned, noting that many now take loans to fund burials of relatives who died in poverty. Efforts to curb excessives are underway. Several Igbo communities have shortened burial durations and abolished oppressive widowhood practices or rites. The Catholic Church has also introduced regulations limiting how long a corpse may remain in a mortuary. Onitsha Donidu's decision to abolish second burials for Christians was
Alright, good morning beautiful people of Enugu, good morning worldwide. How you guys doing? It's a lovely Friday morning here on Aneke Sport, and you know what we do here, we give you the sports updates all around the world, and we don't do this alone. Of course, I'm here with my one and only Mr. Gudo. But before I get to Mr. Gudo, I want to ask you guys, hope you guys enjoyed your weekend. Hope you guys enjoyed your weekdays, because now we are entering into the weekend where we are going to see a lot of activities, not just in football. We are aware that the boxing fight is coming up, not Anthony Joshua's fight, but of course Moses Itaoma's fight, of course, is going to happen this weekend. So this weekend is a bit packed in football, in boxing. We are having a lot coming up. The Premier League is on, the La Liga is on, the Serie A is on, the German Bundesliga, of course, is coming up this weekend. That we are going to see the first matches. Talking about Bayern Munich, we are going to face and Frankfurt just later in the evening today. So a lot of activities is already packed this weekend. The Bundesliga is starting this weekend, like I've said, and the French League, of course, is also going to take place. PSG has a match between Lille. So we are here to give you how those matches are going to come up, the analysis, what we are expecting, the scoreline, what we are going to predict for those matches coming up. And I'm not here alone, like I've said, Mr. Goodop. It's already a beautiful Friday morning right here on Aneke Sport.
Yeah,
how was your night?
My night was busy.
It was very busy.
Yeah, it was busy because I was trying to get some things ready for the
Yeah,
morning.
I know you chatted me around past 2. I was like, young man, don't you sleep.
I really have to do that because so that you know what is happening. Of course, we are preparing and gearing up to the Enugu runs here.
Yeah.
Tomorrow runs here marathon 2026, and we're expecting one of the organizers to join us today so that they could give us a breakdown of what's going to happen in the event. It's just tomorrow.
Yeah, of course.
And in case you're watching Enugu people, you have to, and you want to register, go down there to Okpara Square and get your registrations done. When you register, something will happen. You're going to be given the kit.
Yeah.
And so far, there's something that Enugu people had to do. I've seen a lot of comments on Instagram, a lot of people who are enthusiastic about the event, and I must tell you, it's something that we have to just take a look. I mean, tomorrow, Wisdom, I'm going to know how your strength works.
I'm already, in fact, where they are starting, where the kickoff is, where they're starting from, I don't want to start from there.
You want to start?
I will go a bit further, maybe start from New Market, and where they will end, I will not end there. I will run past the finish line, so I will have my own target to just to show you that
you're unplayable. It's something that I also want to encourage the people out there to find their way and just get in, because the registration is still on.
Yeah.
At some point this year, I was told that the registration is over, nobody's going to come back to register. But I just want to get you the flyer where they had to make it obvious that the registration is still going on. I got this from Instagram, really. I got it from Instagram. So it says the registration is still going on.
Yeah.
And that actually was a call for late registration.
Yeah, the late
physical registration is no longer online. It's going to be physical. So you have to check it up and know if you're going to follow up and see how the whole thing will be going. Of course, we're expecting a lot of people to participate in this event, and it is something that we have seen that helps Enugu people to participate so much in sports. I mean, there's a whole lot of information on this sports, and we are seeing on the flyer, come register and pick up your running kit at the Okpara Square. So tomorrow you have to go. It ends 7 p.m. and today is the last day for registration. So tomorrow we can get the race running. We can get on with what we have. And I'm sure that the governor himself, someone was asking this question, if there will be a time someone should outrun the governor, if perhaps he is to be outrun. But it wasn't something, it's something that we're going to ask if eventually the organizer joins us later in this edition of Aneke TV Sports. So wherever you are, just get ready. If you're a young person, the schools are on holiday except the universities. So I'm sure that we are gearing up to that wonderful, taking a look at the flyer, you would see that it starts tomorrow, August 29th, and then you will see certain events also lining up. You will see the first race, that's the 42 kilometer race time is 6:30 a.m. Then the 10 kilometer race time is 8:30 in the morning. Yes, and then we also have that 42 kilometer race starts at ShopRite Enugu. That's where it starts. So you have to just make sure you tune in so that you can see what's happening. Of course, I would have loved the flyer to come on the screen so that you could see, how the preparations are going. Of course, we want you to know that it's a very wonderful preparation that is coming, and you could see some other things down there. Wizzy, can you help us point out?
10 kilometers is starting from Christie Investments Limited petrol station. So that's where the 10 kilometers is starting from. Just like you have said, the 42 kilometers is starting from ShopRite. So these are the two venues where it's starting from. Of course, it's supposed to end at Okpara Square. So the flyer is already out there. Tomorrow 6:30 you should be by ShopRite if you are running for the 42 kilometer, but if you are going for the 10 kilometer, you have to go to Christie Investment Limited. That's the petrol station. So these are the two venues where it's starting from. So I think I will be going for the 42 kilometer. I'm going to ShopRite to start.
Because you're too fit, man.
Now I can't be doing 10 kilometer. 10 kilometer is just like a stone throw for me. If I just start running, I'll get to the finish point. So I won't want to be like a cheat in the race, having to finish on time. If they even had the 100 kilometer segment, I think I would have come for that one. But of course, let me do 42 kilometer. Let me not just to be out there to show myself. But I prefer this 42 kilometer. I don't know which one you are running for. Are you going to do 5 kilometers?
Well, I'm going to do 100 kilometers, guys. I am the biggest, okay, and I have the agility to sustain. I remember many years ago, just a few years ago, while I was going for, I've really attended to a lot of events like this, but it's in recruitment. Okay. While I was in one of the recruitments, an important recruitment in Nigeria, we were meant to run long kilometers, you know, carrying heavy bags and other things. Do you have an idea?
That looks like a military training.
Something like that. But so I had to, you know, start off, and there's a finishing line. We're young, and we have to, you know, take over the event. We had to run a long. So before I went and had the race, I've already practiced. Yeah. So I practiced for 3 days. Okay. So now when I'm running, I'm not sure anything can break me down. Of course,
you're carrying a heavy load.
Yeah,
you're testing your endurance.
Yeah, my endurance. So you see, my endurance really endured.
Well, anyway, this race, maybe you carry something along still. If you can back someone, why the rest are not backing anybody? To show how, you know, enduring you can be. You know, it will be an advantage for you because you're already used to it. Then if you are running free,
I should back you.
No, don't. I'll be in the race also. Like, you don't have to back me. Just have maybe something by your back, maybe highest 50 kg. Just put it by your back. It will be like giving you that memory of when you are practicing, when you are doing that military training, so that it will help you to, you know, have more endurance to finish the race. But if you do it without carrying anything, you might not really feel it like that. So you will say, okay, this is just too easy for you, and probably before you get to 42, you just want to just take a nap because you are not used to this. You are used to the tougher ones. So I'll just give you a little bit of advice.
No, I take your advice, and I take it with a pinch of salt because because I don't know what I should do with the advice. Of course, we're still talking about the Enugu Marathon, and we want to emphasize on it a lot so that people can join and people can be part of the great event that's happening in Enugu. I'm sure that Enugu people are aware that by November, ending of almost December, crossing over to December, we'll be having the National Sports Festival in Enugu. That's why there's some renovations going on in the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium. So there are some renovations going on. There are some, you know, things to be put together, which the governor of Enugu State, kudos to the commissioner for sports in Enugu, you know, talking about Mr. Lloyd Ekweremados and Dr. Petermbah, putting that work together to ensure that Enugu gets ready for that wonderful event. I'm certain that this will be the hallmark of Southeastern participation in international events, seeing how we can blend a lot of these events into our culture and also our socio-economic development. It will make a lot of sense for me. It will really make a lot of sense. And two, while we're still talking about Nigeria and the events we have in Nigeria, Mr. President, talking about His Excellency President Bola Tinubu, had come out to say that there's no way that everyone in NFF should pack the bus, that they should pack the bus. There's a need for a fresh, you know, one of the headlines in the newspaper had to, what they used as that headline was so interesting and so fun that when I read it, I was like, oh, really? I like this definition. And let me just show you the headline, something very interesting I saw from there. It says, NFF shops football under scrutiny. NFF shops for new era. Managers amid global accountability probe. This is about the financial plot and mass resignation. You know, the NFF board, the NFF chairman had to come out. He has resigned, and he gave a speech concerning it. Then you have FIFA global leadership on trial. Now, well, that was what FIFA said, and you could see that other events are coming on. So VAR is actually looking into this NFF matter. It's going to be interesting while we're seeing and trying to cite what's happening. So, I mean, Wizzy, do you think it was important for Mr. President to intervene? Because Mr. President himself has actually intervened.
I think from where he's sitting, he has, you know, noticed for him to, you know, come to this conclusion that let them resign, let some people leave that seat. He has seen it. You know, what happened to us in the world of football was not commendable because there was a lot of money pumped in the world of football. You saw the huge amount of money that was even put for FIFA, you know, competition that we did not even end up going to. So I believe he's aware of all these things, and it cannot be, you know, taken and swept under the carpet like nothing ever happened. You saw how Nigeria, talking about the May team, we are going before the, eventuality of, having to appoint Chele as the head coach. You even saw the event that took place while trying to appoint him when he listed out, all his criteria before he become our own national coach, and the saga that had to come in before they had to negotiate at a point, and okay, let's meet on this ground, and everybody was happy. Then we moved into the women category in the WAFCON, where the promises that was made long time ago were not fulfilled until they lost out on the first match, and the promises had to now come in, and okay, we are going to give you guys this. We promised earlier that we are going to give you so and so, and this is it. And so these things we are not encouraging, and having to see that the president has finally intervened, that and you are seeing some people even stepping down by themselves. The president has also stepped down. It's what we have been clamoring for. Let the people with the knowledge on how to govern this body take the chance to to see what they can do. Not anyone just going there just because he has a little idea of sports. You'll be giving. It's not that the money is not there. It's not that there was no funds. The funds were there. The money was sent. The allocations were there, but we could not see the effects on the players. We could not see the effect. Their welfare, they were not being taken care of. So at the end of the day, we crashed out on almost all the opportunities that we have, even to qualify for the World Cup, just to win a match and get to the semi-finals. Then we have qualified. Talking about the female World Cup, we could not. Then we also had another window where we had to play a phase talking about qualifying against South Africa. We still could not beat South Africa. So at the end of the day, you see that it's like we are going back, retrogressing, not even progressing. We are just going back in the world of football. So he had to come outside and take a stand that I think these people, you guys have done well. You guys have really done well. But it's time for another set of people to come in. If at the end of the day your report card is not showing good, that okay, you guys did well in this part of the competition, you guys should take the step down. Let other people come in and see. Let us see what they have to offer, because we cannot be doing one part where the part is not leading us to the right direction. At the time, there is need to come back, and if we have to start again, let us start again, but let the right people be there. So I'm happy with the decision. I'm happy that the president had to intervene, and of course we are going to see what these other people are going to do, because we are expecting something different. They already know the background of what is happening, so we are not expecting them to go there to continue on the background that we already have. You are expecting changes. Even if they had the intentions of doing what their successors did, they will not, because they know that there is eyes on them right now. The way they will handle anything concerning the NFF right now will be so different that they know that okay, if I should do something wrong, a lot of eyes are on me, I could be prosecuted. This is not the time where you just go scot-free. Maybe if there's some funds allocated to you and you not use it very wisely, you just walk away, or you just step down and you expect to just go home and enjoy yourself. Probably you will be prosecuted. It's not the time you will be saying okay, I will just go scot-free. So they know that eyes are on them right now, and they need to do the right thing. So I'm happy this decision has come in, and we are going to see what's going to happen subsequently.
All right, we're going to see what happens subsequently, and while we're still talking about that, we'll take a short break. And before we go on a short break, we're going to bring you the full details of what's happening in the world of tennis. It's the America's US Open. Yeah. And there are some, qualifications, which we are having about 6 people who are ready for the next level. Talking about something we could call in football the quarter-final, and that's where they are right now. The
quarter to semi-final. Quarter-final is even more of it. Yeah, so it's like quarter to semi-final.
Quarter to semi-final. So that's what we're having in the US Open. Then we go right there into the world of wrestling, where we have some news coming, and Moses Tauma's fight still coming out, and we are expecting this whole event to happen. And don't forget that football, the ultimate, is around the corner, and where we're going to give you some highlights and also some banters, because looking at the structures, we've seen that a lot happened and we need to iron it out here, me and worldwide. Until that, we are going on the short break. When we return, we'll give you more of this. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Still on Aneke TV Sports this morning, where we're bringing you what's happening in the update. Like I told you, it's already time for the US Open, almost at the final, and these names have made it to, they have made it through. Of course, you know that last time we saw Alcaraz and Serena Williams. Both of them had to partner to play against the opponent. But Wisdom will bring you more of this.
Yeah, just like you have said, something like we call the quarter to semi-final is a match between about 6 of them, where you're having to see Zverev is going to face Demunua. That's going to be the first match in the men's single. Talking about the US 2026 Open, you're having it on your screen there. You're having Zverev against Demunua, and then of course Medvedev against Djokovic. Of course, this is one of the opponents that we are like is currently the favorite. Talking about Djokovic to win this tournament. Then we are having Ogor Alsmi versus Koboli. Then of course down there you're having Shelton versus Alcaraz. So this is a match featuring about 8 of them in the quarterfinal. So from the winners here, you can see that this is like a table already. You know who you are facing next. If Zverev gets a win against Munua, he's going to probably face Djokovic, and of course if Koboli gets a win, he's going to face Alcaraz. So you can already draw the pattern here to the finals. That's what we are having on the US Open, which is coming up. Of course 26th is already here, and of course we also told you yesterday that there's going to be a fight, talking about the fight between Moses Itauma. Don't forget that yesterday was the press conference, and of course today is going to be like the weigh-in, where they're going to come outside, have a face-off. Not the refight, of course the refight is tomorrow. So today they will come outside, have a face-off, check their weights, and check their physicalities, how they are getting geared up for the fight tomorrow. The D-Day is tomorrow, 29th August, and of course that fight is coming up on DAZN. Don't forget, you can always watch any match on boxing, talking about boxing, live on DAZN. You just have to have your subscription, and you go there, you watch the fight between Moses Itauma. So this fight, we have been anticipating this fight for a long time. We've told you this fight is coming up since about 2 weeks ago, and of course the D-Day is tomorrow, 29th August. Moses Itauma's fight is coming up. Now let's take a quick look at the Punch Sport Extra, where we are having some updates. We are going to give you those updates that we are having on Punch Sport Extra, where we are having to see Nigerian trio on collision course in the UEFA Champions League phase. Talking about Osimhen, Galatasaray, talking about Atletico Madrid, Lukman. So we are going to see that probably if there is going to be if they have a winning in their own matches, they might have to face off each other, where we are going to have to see Atletico Madrid play against Galatasaray. That's talking about Lukman against Osimhen. So we are probably going to see this in the UEFA Champions League phase. Then of course right there we are having Dele Bashiru out for 3 weeks. He's injured and he's going to be out for 3 weeks. Aroko Dare bags brace in Ajax win. Don't forget that Ajax also had to play their match yesterday, and of course they won that match 5-2. Aroko Dare had to score 2 goals in that match. Then Hanover 96 target Boniface. Our own very Victor Boniface is still on the news, and he's been targeted by Hanover 96, a German club. We are going to see if that deal is going to go through. Don't forget the window is closing September 1st. Adams battles Chukwueze in Syria A. Talking about Ako Adams, of course, he's also a player right there in Syria A. Of course, Chukwueze plays for AC Milan, so they are going to meet each other at a point, and we are going to see what's going to happen. Atletico insists Alvarez won't go to Barca. We have talked about this a lot. I don't know. There's no need going back to this. We have seen everything concerning this. Atletico Madrid, right from time, have insisted and are still on it that Alvarez won't go to Barcelona. They said currently that he can go to any other club, but not Barcelona.
Not Barcelona. So it's already a hitch for Alvarez. Alvarez is already taken aback, because he wants what you want is not what you're getting. So it's now being a compendium of choices, clash of interest.
I think he should just go for
the thing for me is, if Alvarez gets to Barcelona, he has given the enemies more weapon to finish Atletico Madrid. Atletico Madrid, you see how Barcelona is equipped, how they welcomed some players, Fermin Lopez, Rodri,
Gordon. Yeah, DME.
You see, they are DME, yes. You see how they welcome some of these players? They are still about to welcome more if you let the transfers.
Even playing so well, even without, don't forget, they are without a proper 9. I mean, Lopez is not a proper 9, but so far he has gotten 4 goals.
So imagine they have
someone
like Julian Alvarez. That would be.
Rafinha has scored, much. They had to play 2 goals, 2-0 against Atletico Bilbao yesterday. So you see that they are playing without a proper number 9, and they are getting. The first match was 5 goals to nothing. Now the second match 2 goals, and they still want that striker, and that's why Alvarez is also pushing so hard. Because he can see the very, very vacancy right there, looking at him, staring at him, that once he gets to Barcelona, he is not even going to have to sit or just wait at the bench to see if he can fit into the. He just has that spot. The spot is just vacant, waiting for you to come. Lopez is just trying to fill in as the striker. We saw Hansi Flick the other day saying probably even Rafinha can be converted to their number 9 if at the end of the day they do not get a striker. So you can see that the position is quite vacant, and we understand his own point of view that when you have these opportunities, you just want to take it because it does not come all the time. There's rarely occasions where you are going to see Barcelona is just there without a striker. We know that they have a good reputation of getting the striker. They call Lewandowski. They have features. Thierry Henry have features for that club. Samuel Eto'o, Luis Suarez. They have been with so many great strikers. Now that they don't have anybody right there, they are just trying to augment with the players they have. Alvarez just want to take this advantage and go there and see what he can do and get the trophies. Of course, that's his own major importance, the trophies. But now Atletico Madrid have come out to say they are not selling to Barcelona. They can sell to any other, but they are willing to negotiate to any other person, any other club coming in, but not Barcelona. Whether it's because of the approach, whether they are still angry at Barcelona that they had to go in contact with their player who is still contracted to them. If that's the issue, we have seen that over again in football, where club approach the player first, even without approaching the club. We have seen that, but you don't have to hold on to that. And the young man now is almost tilting to mental breakdown, because even the next match that is coming up, he said he's not still feeling fine.
Well, the thing about Alvarez is that, to me, if I was to be Hansi Flick or anybody, Laporte, the owners and the management of FC Barcelona, FCB, I will not sell Alvarez to my enemy, to someone that, look at how I'm playing. Look at how they are playing.
But you are not selling to your enemy. Meanwhile, who you have, probably you might not even be able to
let him rot there.
So it's going to just, you're just going to be spending money, because you have to be paying
let me spend
at the end of the day. He's not giving, rather than selling.
Who come to an agreement.
We have seen players go to the other side. We have seen Manchester United give Chelsea player. We have seen Arsenal give Chelsea player. Chelsea give Aston Villa. We have seen all these things in football. Sometimes you can put a clause on it, because that's why there is a clause that he will not feature against you. We have seen that happen a lot, where if he's going to Barcelona, he will not play against Atletico Madrid. He can play every other person in La Liga, but that clause is there that he will not feature.
It's not about not playing for Atletico Madrid.
You have to keep concentration.
It's not about
consider the players well.
For me, it's not about not playing against Atletico Madrid whenever I face him.
So
it's about that these people will be having points and be moving up.
You have to get another
striker. I don't understand.
And just get another striker, because the person is not going to play for you.
The people that they are talking about should get another striker.
No, Atletico Madrid now will not feature Alvarez at the end of the day. So it's just like a short one to you. You have a striker that you cannot use because he's not willing to play for you.
We're still looking at taking a short break again because of how we are structuring this morning to be. But talking about this Alvarez, before we go on the short break, talking about this Alvarez, I think Alvarez doesn't have anything to lay hold on. It's a contract.
Yeah.
Of course, until the contract is made public, we will now see. What they tell us is add-ons. If there's a clause, release clause, we saw 500 million.
Yeah, the release clause is still there.
Yeah, so we're seeing all these things, and you expect him to come and just, because he's feeling somehow. No, things are meant to be done with due process. If he's sick, let's say he's sick. But if there's a need for someone to do something, I'm not sure it should be him that will now be pushing for the move when you already this is your first year.
This is not the first year. In fact, the third year. He has been there since 2024. So he has played 24, played 25. So this 2026 he wants to leave.
What did he play there?
You know, he actually helped. He got some goals in Atletico Madrid, but this time around he just wants to go to Barcelona. But I believe the approach was not right. See Enzo Fernandez. He's not doing the way Alvarez is doing. He wants to move to Man City, but he's doing it in an orderly manner, in a respectable way that, okay, if Chelsea wants to sell me, then I will go. Of course, I'm interested in Manchester City, but if the offer is not what Chelsea wants, I will play. I will continue playing for Chelsea. So he's just putting it in a way that is both is respecting his current club and also giving preference that, okay, I could also go to Manchester City if the offer is right and if Chelsea accepts, but not on my own terms that I will have to force myself to, you know, leave the club.
Well, let's take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates. Do stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the word.
Welcome back. Now we can just go right into the world of Champions League. You know, yesterday was the draw, and Manchester United returning back to the Champions League just after 2 years of being away had to be drawn with Bayern Munich. A lot of Manchester United fans now like, what? And in that draw, we are seeing some other dramas coming up. We're seeing Manchester United being drawn with Atletico Madrid also, and we're seeing them drawn with Como and the rest of them. So now we're going to just take a look at what is going to be, what it is like, talking about looking at those who were drawn with Liverpool. Liverpool is actually drawn. Okay,
You want to start from Liverpool's draw?
Okay, let's start with Barcelona's draw. Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain, Aston Villa, Sporting CP, Feyenoord, Galatasaray, Como, Sabah. Who is this Sabah?
Sabah, they are like the debutants for
Champions League.
They're just coming in.
Okay, now we have with Liverpool, you have Atletico Madrid, Inter Milan, FC Porto, Club Brugge, Villarreal, and Fenerbahce, Lens, and Lask. Then we go over to Manchester City. Okay, we've done Manchester City. We have Paris Saint-Germain, Barcelona, Sporting CP, Porto, Napoli, Leipzig, AEK, Athens, then Lens. Now Real Madrid will be drawn, has been drawn with Inter Milan, Arsenal, PSV, Roma, Leipzig, Shakhtar, Lask, AEK, Athens. Now Arsenal themselves, they are drawn with Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, Real Betis, Lille, Napoli, Sabah, Slavia Praha. Now Bayern Munich is drawn with Arsenal, Atletico
Madrid, Real Betis, Manchester United, Bodo Glimt, Lille, Slavia Praha, Viking. Now we will see Manchester United, Bayern Munich, Atletico Madrid, Roma, Sporting CP, Leipzig, Villarreal, Sabah, Como. Then we are taking a look at this and we are wondering what is actually going to happen in the world of sports. Now let's just take a look at the kick off, looking at the Premier League, how the Premier League table has been so far after match day 1. It's interesting to see the Premier League table after match day 1. That we are having Brighton, who has scored 4 goals plus, topping the league, and Arsenal, who scored 3 goals plus, second. Then Brentford too is on the 3 goals plus, where we have Everton. Everton is on the 4th position. Now, one beautiful thing that we are having here is that we're seeing, thanks to Premier League for that, and we're seeing Hull City too. Hull City, they are sitting on the 5th position by having 2 goals plus, and we're going to compare this with match day 20.
No, just imagine this being match day 35. Where you're having about 3 matches to go, and Brighton is still sitting on top of the league. Arsenal second. Can you see where Manchester United?
17th.
Imagine match day 35 and you're on 17th.
Yes, okay. See Aston Villa now.
Aston Villa has gone to relegation.
Look at sport. Tottenham has gone. I wanted to show us how much Tottenham, how many players Tottenham they are expecting this season. I mean, this is from
for Tottenham.
This from Sky Sports. How much players that are incoming. Now we're going to see Aston Villa's outgoing, and then we are seeing. Taking a good look at that, you will see Sandro Tonali, 100 million from Newcastle. Savio, 85 from Manchester City. Mateus Fernandes, 85 from West Ham. John Paul Van Heek, 52 from Brighton. And Omar Mamouche, loan deal from Manchester City. Martin Dubraka, previously from Burnley. Andy Robertson, you have previously from Liverpool, and Marco Senesi, free previously from Bournemouth. These are the players that are been Tottenham are expecting. Now let's take a look at the outgoings
for Aston Villa.
Yeah, Aston Villa outgoings, and I'm wondering what has Aston Villa done
to get these people to replace this caliber of players that have left. That's why I'm saying probably Aston Villa will not be part of the, will I say, top 10 this time around, because it's going to be difficult. Look at Morgan Rogers has gone 117 million to Chelsea. Eric Konsa has gone to Arsenal, 55 million. Then, of course, Yuli Tillemans to Manchester. They just spread their player. 1 to Chelsea, 1 to Arsenal, 1 to Liverpool. They're yet to give Man City. So you have, of course, Marlin has gone in. It was not this transfer season that he left.
They have
Lucas Digne that has gone to Paris Saint-Germain. Jadon Sancho now he's
wearing sweater, so he's
of course he's currently without a club, so that's why you can see that this is almost like a no jersey. He does not have a club yet.
Then we have Douglas Luiz, end of loan from Juventus.
Emi Martinez, just the recent person that we are having moving to Chelsea. Then of course Ole Watkins, Al-Ali is still involved. It's not a done deal yet, but we are going to see if at the end of this. So imagine this number of players. In fact, I can tell you that these are all starting lineup, apart from, let's say Jadon Sancho, who does not start often. When Douglas Luiz was there, he was a constant starter. Of course, Don Emmanuel was just brought in. So you can see about 5 starters here, talking about Rogers, talking about Konsa, Tillemans, Digne, Martinez and Watkins. That's about 6 of them having to leave the club. And what have you done? Don't forget, Abraham is also leaving to Ipswich. We are having that in the news, where we are going to see if Ipswich are going to be able to sign him. So you are seeing that about 7 important players are leaving Aston Villa. Now, what are the 7 other replacements that we are having to see? We have not seen that yet. We are only seeing Garnacho, who came in, the other day, and them having to just be in the markets trying to get 1 or 2 other players. It's not the best. Talking about for a club that is going to feature in the Champions League, having to let go of about 6 of your first team, your starting lineup. How are you going to cope in the Premier League? How are you going to cope in the Champions League? How are you going to cope in the Carabao Cup? How are you going to cope in the FA Cup with all these people going and you are not bringing in replacements? So I wonder how Emery at the end of the day is going to fare when you are a good coach, but the players you are having might not help you to live to that expectation. You cannot expect Emery to perform wonders Who is he going to use to perform the wonders? Now he's having a 70-year-old striker who he just brought in to try and help. Of course, he did
that
very
guy,
well.
right?
Yes, that,
and he's good.
He did very well in that final against the Paris Saint-Germain, though he missed some chances, but you could see that he is someone that, you know, you could say that in the nearest future, this, you know, young guy,
he'll be like Romelu Lukaku.
He will really do well in the Premier League.
Yeah,
So
really
he has that
well.
physicality, he has the finishing, just that experience is not on his side yet. So he has not made the finishing so good with it, but you could see the future that this young man is going to do exploit. But apart from that person that we saw with that final, who else have you seen talking about replacing Morgan Rogers? I've not seen a good replacement for Morgan Rogers. I'm not going to say Garnacho.
In fact, yesterday watching Chelsea's game yesterday with Luton,
Yeah.
there was this Morgan Rogers. He had to dribble. It was a 1-2 dribble,
Yeah.
dribbling he had to do between two Luton players. And if, of course, Luton, they stood their ground for some while.
Yeah,
but
first half there was though the ball did not get into the back of the net, but you could Chelsea had like 2 balls that hit the crossbar, but you could see that the defense was, you know, tightly compacted, that Chelsea struggled in the second half to get those goals coming in. And of course, that kudos to Danny Welbeck. It was a good cross that, you know, Gusto had to give to him. You could see the area presence, his height also helped him to score that first goal. Then of course they went in and got the second goal, but there were still, you know, some chances that they missed out on, but it was a beautiful game at the end of the day. So you could see the effects of the Morgan Rogers.
I could see the effect of Morgan Rogers, but I've not seen anything Aston Villa is going on.
They are not doing the replacement that we are expecting. That okay, when you let go of about 6 to 7 of your players, you should bring more. You should bring the replacement almost immediately. The league is starting off. September 1st, the windows have closed, so you are going to have to use these players from now till December 31st, where, you know, January 1st the window will be back open. So imagine having to play about 4 to 5 months without your best players, and you are going to just have to manage. So you might see that Emery might not get, you know, finish from now. I'm talking about from now till December. He might not finish within the 4-7 where you are expecting Aston Villa to be. So when eventually the transfer windows open again, he might be struggling to come back. I'm just forecasting that Aston Villa might not be in the Champions League this next season.
Yeah, they might not.
What
happened to Aston Villa? What happened to West Ham could happen to Aston Villa. You know,
if it gets to
okay. Actually, I hope you know that Spider-Man is now playing for Aston Villa.
Who is Spider-Man?
Wan-Bissaka.
Yes, yeah. Of course.
So I mean,
is a player for Aston Villa.
They are really.
Goretzka. This is a Goretzka.
Yeah, that's Goretzka. So we are looking at this and we are seeing what's happening. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you more updates. Stay with us. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back, still on Aneke TV Sport, and we are discussing Aston Villa, what's going on and how Aston Villa has been so far. Of course, it wasn't something that you could debate, seeing that they had some incomings. Of course, that was Goretzka. Now, right now, Chelsea is going for their main man, looking at Dibu Martinez, the dancing goalkeeper. So I mean,
it's almost a done deal.
Yeah, it's almost a done deal.
You can call him a Chelsea player.
Yeah, right now.
It's just a matter of hours that we are going to see that, of course, he's a Chelsea player. So, just listing who has left and who is coming, you could see that it's not balancing for who is leaving and who is coming in. It's not balancing. So, Aston Villa might probably struggle a lot this season. A lot. Just like you have said, let what happened to West Ham not happen to them. Or even what happened to Tottenham, that they almost, It was just a sorry story for Tottenham, who had to, of course, bounce back.
Right. Okay. How much do you think Tottenham has spent?
We will have to, I don't want to guess, but we will have to take a summary from what, the players that we saw. I will have to go back to that to see the amount that has been spent on some players. You will see that it should be, if not more than 500.
No, it's more than.
If not more than.
It's more than, really, because you see some players being, you see some of these things, coming together, and I'm like, how much? If you need to do all these things to rebuild, remember they have the likes of Solanke, they have the likes of Richarlison, they have Tel, Mattis Tel, yes, they also have some other players who has really shown quality and class, while adding the midfield, trying to build their midfield. But I'm still looking at midfield, Tottenham's midfield.
Who is the creative midfielder there? Because
it's Tonali.
Tonali is not a creative midfielder.
Tonali is
a defensive midfielder.
A creative and a defensive midfielder.
You will not rely on Tonali to be giving you those passes, those finishing passes. He's not known for that. He's known for his defensive ability. So you can't put Tonali now. You say he's going to be compared to where you have someone like Bruno Fernandes. If you go to Arsenal, you have Odegaard. If you come to Chelsea, you are seeing Kopama and Morgan Rogers. If you go to Liverpool, you could see Szoboszlai doing those things. Florian Wirtz, who is also picking up. If you come to Manchester City, you see Czech. So those kind of play, he's the defensive type. He has the physicality. So Tottenham yet. They have made some good signings. I'm beginning to wonder who are they going to use as their creative midfielder, because the names I'm seeing there are not that creative. They have a good attacking options. They have a lot of attacking options, but the creative midfielder in particular, I've not seen a good name that can say, okay, this person is quite going to be able to be delivering the passes to the striker. So, but I think they still have some signings to do, despite they have done a lot. They still have some signings
to do, and if they eventually they may not even meet up with all the signings, because what budget are this?
Haven't you spent enough?
Haven't you spent enough?
The management will look at the Zebi and ask him, we have given you enough money. You have
well, don't forget that the management are not like Ineos.
No, so they are not, but at the time you will have to pause on your spending. The ones that you have spent, let's see the effect. Imagine you having to judge the Zebi now.
In fact, they also signed Zion Suzuki.
We have not even listed Zion Suzuki. So you have signed more than 7 players, and you still want the board to bring out money to sign. Do you want to change the full first 11? It's not, they're not telling you to come and change the full first 11. You have gotten enough, so it's time to be producing results. They won 5-1 in the EFA Cup, but don't forget that's not the importance. That's not the major league that where they are focusing their attention. It's the Premier League. Having to go down 3-0 against the Brentford will not be something that the board will be happy about. That after spending so much money, your first match you still have to lose. So I believe there is still room, there still avenue for improvement. So we are not really going to just focus on the first match and say, okay, he has not done well. We saw what he did last season, taking Tottenham out of the relegation spot, having them to qualify again to play the Premier League. So with time, we are just going to see how these players will adjust, how the coaching technique will show up, and see what they can achieve with themselves. So I'm just hoping and believing that Tottenham will pick up from where they left off from last season. They just have to pick up by all means, because you cannot spend that amount of money and still finish maybe 16th or 15th. You don't have anything to do with that position. What your major aim right now should be getting back to the Champions League. I'm not saying they are going to win the league, but for spending that kind of money, you should get back. Look at Manchester United. After some season not being in the Champions League, they had to go into the market,
even till tomorrow, people are still blaming Manchester United why they had to sack Ruben Amorim, who was sacking Manchester United, who was sacking Manchester United from that position, and it wasn't a nice conversation that people were having. Oh, okay, okay? Would it have been better that Manchester United is not in the Champions League?
Still continue with Amorim.
Continue with Amorim and building now. When Amorim will pick up, will be next 2 seasons.
Well, why? Anyway, the fans that are angry that they sack Amorim, I'm wondering what. Maybe they saw something that we are not seeing, because if somebody has brought you to the Champions League and you are saying you should have left, who probably you might not even see the light of the Champions League. You might just be in the Premier League, playing the Premier League. We know you are going to stay in the Premier League. You are not going to the relegation zone. So you just be there playing the Premier League, but going to the Champions League, which should be your own objective. because that's the league that all clubs, talking about the club football, wants to play. Everybody wants to play Champions League. It's just like the country side where you say everybody wants to play the World Cup. If you are not playing the Champions League, you are not playing the Major League. The next league to reach is the Europa League. And imagine you are not even playing the Europa League. So where are you falling to? That should be the Conference League. So at the end of the day, if you are not playing any of these three, you are basically playing the domestic league. And if you are saying Ruben Amorim should have been there, will you just prefer to be playing the domestic league? Because I was not even seeing that, chance that he will even qualify for the Europa. Europa might even be too big. So you might be saying Conference League. That's where Manchester United will play. And a club with that kind of name, caliber, Manchester United, going to play the Conference League. I wonder if you are progressing or you are retrogressing.
All right, this is where we are calling it a day on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. Before we go, I just want to remind you that the Enugu runs here, tomorrow runs here. Marathon is tomorrow. It starts 6 a.m. and you have to be part of that marathon. Wisdom Worldwide is going to be part of that marathon, and a lot of us will go to Obara Square today and get your kits. Go register. It's only physical registration and it ends by 7 p.m. so you must be available for that. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. It's been a pleasure. Have a wonderful morning.
Yes, I remain your humble host Worldwide. Just like Mr. Good Hope said, I am getting ready. I'm prepared. I've been jogging since yesterday night. I can tell you that I jogged from my house to my working place, so I'm ready. I just want to see you guys on Saturday early in the morning, 6 o'clock. You should be at shop right where the events kick off. So we'll see you there tomorrow. Bye-bye.
na sada zumunci babu maganar kudi babu maganar arewa duk wanda ya ga dan dambe ya burge shi alheri suka zo ma kuma sun kama jihar Kaduna zumunci ne wanda tun da aka buɗe gidan gaban nan ba a sami ɗungwarin tilaka ba saboda aka ba wani maganar gurma da ba kudi ba arewa duk wanda ya abin da yake kirkir da Allah a musu kara su ma sun cewa sun zo jihar Kaduna ko da sun tafi su yi alfahari da garin ta ga dan wani an koma tsakanin ba abin gambo da shi da mai sallah wai barista wai kana ina ne a nan babban gambo ne ko mai sallah ne ya kuma wani magana kudu ba ta aka duba za ka kishi kana ganin mamarwa da zafin shi ya shigo wai da sani ka cike to dai idan ka an tashi tafi su da sanawa su ne wallahi mamarwa ya tafi da kai ko ka cike yi ta ko dole wallahi ba dan mana ba su ba shi siniya سبحان الله بعض الغبو ولي كنا ولي أننا لا إله إلا الله ومرات وصدر قصا لا حول ولا قوة بسلا بسلا مسلاتي أجل كبايا باتي بسلا قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون كوا بسلا أكو يا كسنتي لو بنجيشي أجل كبايا باتي بسلا دم بسكان بسلا دم هذا الغبو ولي كنا ولي أننا سبحان الله ولي أكبر رجع بتوا ولي أكبر رجع بتوا لا إله إلا الله ولي كنا ولي الله ما قفات يد قفا لا اله الا الله محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم بندك قوى لا حول في شاءة الله هل يا عجيب هذا بندو توبي صلى بيو بندكي ربوتاتي ربوياتي ربويا رجل سيدشي سبحان الله ولكنا لا اله الا الله محمد رسول الله قشيك بعض بندو قشيك بصلى كل من كبير بندو قالوا انا لله وانا اليه راجعون wani ake da ranga mutuwa da abin dambe ko sabu kai gida sai ya kai subhanallah to yan kallo wanda da practical ne kowa da yan damben da suke cikin gidan nan duka yan damben Najeriya rabin su da kuka suna cikin gidan nan saboda haka gobe da wuri za a fara dambe da wuri gobe za a fara dambe ta sauran ku sakon 30 sauran ku sakon 30 la ilaha illallah mura uban nan kai ne sallah kai ya kano yaro iya كايا كان يا ريال الله مسلا لا يا إن تندر سكنسا سبحان الله موسى شجاع مدين
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Iwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines this morning, federal government commences immediate infrastructure overhaul of 13 police training colleges nationwide. Over 4,000 Enugu State pensioners enrolled into state free health insurance scheme. On the foreign scene, Iran's Supreme National Security Council outlines mandatory conditions for reopening Strait of Hormuz maritime corridor. Now the news in details. The Lagos State Residents Registration Agency has issued a strict regulatory directive to field the operational agents prohibiting the collection of fees for resident identification registration across all local council areas. Lagos State Residents Registration Agency General Manager Bilikis Adebi Abiola issued the directive during a community sensitization forum held in Aja, Lagos State. Adebi Abiola stated that the agency maintains an absolute zero tolerance policy regarding public extortion, instructing residents to report unauthorized fee demands to state enforcement authorities immediately. She announced that the agency has upgraded technical registration systems to process newborn enrollments digitally, while expanding field registration operations to primary, secondary, and tertiary educational institutions. Also speaking, the traditional ruler of Okun Aja, Oba Kolawole Olumegbon, commended the registration exercise, confirming that accurate demographic data enables the state government to deploy civic infrastructure and social services effectively. The Association of Resident Doctors at the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital has issued a 7-day industrial ultimatum to the Lagos State government to resolve outstanding professional welfare demands. President of the association, Dr. Akerele Alaba, announced the decision at a news conference in Ikeja, Lagos State. Dr. Alaba demanded the immediate implementation and financial clearance of specialist allowances for grade level 14 resident doctors, alongside arrears arising from previous salary shortfalls. He stated that despite administrative approvals granted by Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the professional specialist allowance table was omitted from the final implementation schedule. Dr. Alaba warned that failure by the state government to address the financial grievances within the 7-day period will result in full industrial action across the state tertiary health institution. Over 4,000 retirees in Enugu State have been enrolled into the Enugu State Universal Health Coverage Scheme at zero cost to the beneficiaries. Executive Secretary of the Enugu State Agency for Universal Health Coverage, Dr. Edith Okolo, announced the figures during the mass enrollment exercise at the International Conference Center in Enugu. Dr. Okolo stated that Governor Petermbah directed the full state subsidy for senior citizens to ensure vulnerable retirees access primary and specialized medical care without financial constraint. Also speaking, Enugu State Chairman of the Nigerian Union of Pensioners, Comrade Ikechukwu Ekere, commended the State Executive Council for absorbing the 1,000 naira monthly contribution for retirees. National President of the Nigerian Union of Pensioners, Comrade Godwin Abumisi, commended the healthcare initiative, while appealing to the state government to clear outstanding gratuity backlogs and implement the statutory 32,000 naira minimum pension. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has inaugurated the upgraded neuropsychiatric hospital and the newly constructed general hospital facility in Rumibo, Obiakpo local government area. Governor Fubara performed the inauguration of the dual medical facilities in Rumibo. The governor stated that the project transformed an outdated medical structure into a modern psychiatric facility featuring a 100-bed rehabilitation center, staff quarters, and specialized treatment wards. Governor Fubara added that the adjacent general hospital will deliver secondary health care services, including emergency, maternal and intensive care to local residents in Obiakpo Council area. Guest of honor and outgoing president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Afam Osigwe, commended the state government for expanding public medical infrastructure and urged citizens to eliminate social stigma surrounding mental health treatment. The federal government has awarded contracts for the complete physical rehabilitation and infrastructure upgrade of 13 police training institutions across the 6 geopolitical zones. Ondo State Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa announced the decision in Abuja following the 160th National Economic Council meeting chaired by Vice President Kashim Shettima. Governor Aiyedatiwa confirmed that 80% of successful contractors have received official award documentation for the 3-week fast-track construction program to prepare facilities for upgrading police recruit intakes. Vice President Shettima directed the Economic Council to sustain fiscal structural reforms to ensure macroeconomic growth translates directly into improved household living standards nationwide. The National Economic Council also adopted the revised National Social Protection Policy spanning 2026 to 2030, establishing a National Implementation Council chaired by the Vice President to supervise anti-poverty interventions. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the immediate deployment of Assistant Inspector General of Police Victor Olaiya to Niger State to direct joint tactical operations following community abductions. Niger State Commissioner for Homeland Security Maurice Magaji confirmed the presidential order during a security operational briefing in Mina on Thursday, August 27, 2026. Magaji stated that armed assailants abducted residents from local mosques and surrounding residential areas across Dakera, Masaka, and Sabon Gida and Gida Maza communities in Nibusa local government area. Niger State Police Command Public Relations Officer Wasiu Abiodun confirmed that specialized units from the counter-terrorism unit, explosive ordnance disposal, and police air wing have been deployed. Abiodun added that combined security forces are currently executing ground sweeps and aerial surveillance across identified forest corridors to secure the safe release of all hostages. Taraba State Governor Abu Kefas has approved an immediate cabinet reshuffle, reassigning 4 cabinet commissioners across state administrative ministries. Secretary to the Taraba State Government, Chief Gebon Kataps, announced the reassignment in an official government directive issued in Jalingo. Under the new cabinet deployment, Peter Joe transitions from Commerce, Trade and Industry to manage the Ministry of Water Management and Aquatic Affairs. Former Water Management Commissioner Daniel Ishaku assumes leadership of Waste Management and Resource Innovation, while Bernard Shonzen James Kassa moves to Social Development and Human Services. Chief Kataps confirmed that Philip Habu James has been reassigned from Social Development to head the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry, with all appointments taking immediate effect. The Kano State government has dismissed the recent security travel advisory issued by the United Kingdom Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, warning foreign nationals against visiting parts of Nigeria. Kano State Commissioner for Information and Internal Affairs, Ibrahim Waiya, issued the rebuttal in Kano. Waiya asserted that Kano State maintains public safety and commercial stability, noting that state community policing structures have prevented widespread security breaches recorded in neighboring regions. He criticized foreign diplomatic advisories for issuing generalized security warnings without verification from sub-national security apparatuses and local law enforcement agencies. Waiya reassured domestic and foreign investors that industrial operations, agricultural trade and routine civic activities continue without disruption across all 44 local council areas of Kano State. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Federal government commences immediate infrastructure overhaul of 13 police training colleges nationwide. Over 4,000 Enugu State pensioners enrolled into state free health insurance scheme. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Iran's Supreme National Security Council outlines mandatory conditions for reopening Strait of Hormuz maritime corridor. Do stay with us.
Voices, where the heartbeats of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
You're welcome back. United States health regulatory agencies have approved updated COVID-19 formulations developed by Moderna, Novavax, Sanofi, and petermbah for the 2026-2027 National Immunization Campaign. The United States Food and Drug Administration announced the regulatory approval in Washington following recommendations from its Vaccines Advisory Panel. The regulatory agency confirmed that the updated vaccine formulations are engineered specifically to neutralize emerging subvariants associated with the XFG viral lineage. Pfizer-BioNTech and Moderna will supply updated messenger RNA vaccines, while Novavax Sanofi will distribute traditional protein-based vaccine alternatives to healthcare facilities. Pharmaceutical manufacturers confirmed that commercial distribution of the updated vaccines will begin immediately across clinical centers ahead of the autumn respiratory virus season. Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Mohsen Razia, has rejected international security reports alleging an Iranian plot to target Baron Trump, son of United States President Donald Trump. Razia issued the denial during a televised interview broadcasted by Beirut-based Al-Manar television. Razia characterized the security allegations as fabricated propaganda, affirming that Iranian state security organs hold no involvement in targeting members of the United States presidential family. The denial followed a statement from the United States Secret Service confirming intelligence evaluations regarding broadcast materials aired on Iranian state television networks. United States federal security agencies confirmed that protective security details around the presidential family maintain heightened security readiness, while Iranian authorities maintain the claims remain unverified. Iran has outlined specific international diplomatic conditions required to permit the unblocking and resumption of commercial maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Mohsen Razia, detailed the government's position during a broadcast address in Tehran. Razia stated that reopening the strategic shipping lane requires a total cessation of regional military hostilities, immediate removal of United States economic sanctions, unblocking of Iranian commercial seaports, and financial restitution. He confirmed that Iranian diplomatic representatives have reached a preliminary maritime framework agreement with the Sultanate of Oman to establish a regulated shipping channel through shared territorial waters. Commercial maritime data indicates that prior to the suspension of transit in February, the Strait of Hormuz handled approximately 20% of global daily petroleum and liquefied natural gas shipments. An industrial fire on board an oil products tanker operating off the western coast of South Korea has resulted in the deaths of 2 maritime crew members. The South Korean Coast Guard released the operational incident report in Incheon. Emergency response units deployed to the 7,000-ton vessel rescued 16 of the 18 crew members on board, including 7 foreign nationals. Coast Guard firefighters discovered the deceased crew members inside the vessel's primary engine compartment, where preliminary forensic investigation indicated the fire originated. Maritime fire crews extinguished the engine room blaze early Friday morning, preventing structural damage or thermal transfer to the tanker's commercial oil cargo storage holds. And now to business news. Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves have increased to $53.11 billion, marking the highest financial reserve level recorded by the country in 17 years. Official financial reporting data published by the Central Bank of Nigeria in Abuja confirmed an accumulation of over $3.1 billion since June 2026. Central bank officials attributed the liquid reserve growth to sustained crude oil export revenues, increased foreign portfolio inflows, and monetary policy stabilization measures. The central bank stated that expanded foreign liquidity buffers will stabilize foreign exchange market operations and insulate the domestic economy from international commodity price volatility. The Enugu State Ministry of Finance and Economic Development has issued an official tender notice for the disposal of unserviceable movable government assets across 4 states' facilities. Permanent Secretary of the Ministry announced the auction in Enugu in compliance with the Enugu State Public Procurement Law 2021. Assets listed for disposal include a burnt porter cabin and generator at the Enugu State Water Corporation and discarded electronic units at the Enugu State Broadcasting Service. Other items offered for bidding include an unserviceable 1971 Mercedes bus at Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium and retired vehicles stationed at the Enugu State Liaison Office in Lagos. Prospective buyers and bidders were directed to submit sealed bids to the Ministry of Finance within 21 days of the publication date, in accordance with statutory guidelines. President Bola Tinubu has ordered a comprehensive structural reconstructuring of Nigerian Football Administration following the resignation of key executive officers of the Nigeria Football Federation. Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, released the presidential executive order in Abuja. President Tinubu stated that structural reforms are mandatory to address repeated non-qualification for international tournaments and resolve administrative governance failures within the national football framework. The President directed Chairman of the National Sports Commission, Shehu Diko, to assume interim administrative supervision of the NFF Secretariat while coordinating structural consultative reforms with FIFA and CAF. The executive directive followed the formal resignation of NFF President Ibrahim Musa Guzo and General Secretary Mohammed Sanusi during a media conference in Abuja on Thursday. And now on entertainment news, former Big Brother Naija housemate Cross Okonkwo and reality television star Vanita Akpofure engaged in a public social media dispute regarding a proposed commercial celebrity boxing match. The online altercation occurred on social media platform X after Okonkwo publicly queried Akpofure on her willingness to fight fellow reality star Fina. Akpofure rejected the proposal, issuing a sharp public reprimand, criticizing Okonkwo for promoting physical violence between female media personalities. Okonkwo subsequently released a follow-up statement attempting to diffuse the public criticism, claiming the initial proposition was intended strictly as social media humor. The public exchange has generated widespread commentary across Nigerian digital media platforms regarding professional decorum and commercial promotion standards within the domestic entertainment sector. And now to end the news, the main points again. The federal government has awarded contracts for the complete physical rehabilitation of 13 police training colleges nationwide. Ondo State Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa confirmed the decision following the 160th National Economic Council meeting chaired by Vice President Kashim Shettima in Abuja. President Bola Tinubu has ordered a comprehensive structural reconstructuring of Nigerian Football Administration following the resignation of NFF President Ibrahim Musa Guzo. The President directed National Sports Commission Chairman Shehu Diko to lead interim governance alongside FIFA and CAF engagements. On the foreign news, Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Mohsen Razir, has outlined terms for reopening the Strait of Hormuz, requiring an end to regional hostilities and the lifting of United States sanctions. On business news, Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves have surged to $53.11 billion, hitting a 17-year high. Central Bank of Nigeria data attributes the continuous growth to strong oil revenue, foreign capital inflows, and key monetary stabilization reforms. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a good morning.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
It is my joy to bring up our keynote speaker at the Delta State Economic Investment Summit 2026, the 7th Director General of the World Trade Organization, the first African and the first woman to hold this office in the entire history of the WTO, previously served 2 terms as the Nigeria's Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy, served as Managing Director of the World Bank. She led negotiations that wiped out $18 billion of Nigeria's debt and an overall external debt reduction of over $30 billion. She's recognized as one of the most influential humans alive today. She was nicknamed Okonjo Wahala because she brought Wahala to inefficiency in the economy. She brought Wahala to corruption. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this global institution in human form, role model to men and women across the globe. She was born right here in Ogwashuku, and she has not forgotten her roots. She's not here as a visiting dignitary. She is home as a daughter of the soil. Please join me as I welcome and I receive my role model, Your role model, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, our keynote speaker today, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, GCON.
We are here at the International Conference Center, Enugu State, to witness the Enugu Youth Conference 2026 themed Youth in Policymaking. As the world marks International Youth Day, attention is being drawn to the role of young people in shaping policies and decisions that affect their future. But do young people truly have a seat at the table? Let's hear from them.
The involvement of youth, participation on youth, should not actually begin when decisions has been made, because the future we are talking about is all about the youth. We are the main future we are talking about. So having youth be part of the conversation brings them, involves them in the conversation, keeps them in the know, helps to groom them ahead of what to expect in future, and thereby ultimately making them part of the solution for the future. The youths of Enugu are ultimately part of the future of Enugu, because when you look at the governance in Enugu State now, I can tell you authoritatively that 70% of youths are involved. Look around you, see the crowd, see the participation, the attendance. That should tell you that Enugu State government is actually involving the youth 100%.
We've seen like young persons heading issues like SDGs and all across. And beyond that also, we've seen like the state government come up with some policies in terms of, empowering SMEs through agriculture, through tech, like you know about the Enugu Tech Festival. The aviation also largely are driven by young persons. So these are some of the policies I think makes it quite healthy. And to some extent, the government has done well in that regard. A part of the program of the government for this particular event is to be able to empower some young businesses, right? Who were asked to submit their proposals before now and will have the opportunity of pitching to the state government. And hopefully, some will get lucky, to be empowered.
By the grace of God, I will tell you that the youth of Enugu State have a stronger voice in policy making in Enugu State. Take for instance now, if you check most of our senior leaders, like the SA in Youth and Student Affairs, she's a youth. Commissioner for Youth and Student Affairs, Commissioner for Youth and Sports is a youth. So you see most of our people in politics, they are all youths. So you won't tell me that the youths in Enugu State are not, their voice are not strong. No, we have strong voice here. If you go inside now, you will see more than 5,000 crowds inside. You won't tell me if these people comes out now to kind of organizing something for the government to hear them, that the government won't listen. Definitely they will listen, because for this is an example that the leaders of Enugu State, the youth of Enugu State have a voice and the government are listening.
The aim of the summit is to lay emphasis the impact of youth in governance, that we should not be political apathy. We should involve ourselves in things that are happening in our state and the governance of the state. In my own suggestion, it will be a wise idea if they can be having this kind of conference within themselves without involving those that are already in power, so that they can change the mindset of the youth to govern in the future.
I think that giving stronger voice, and it is evidential. That is why we are here today. The governor is intentional in building the youth of Enugu State. And remember, Enugu State can boast of the highest population of youth in southern Nigeria. So if you stay aloof from empowering the youth in Enugu State as a governor, it will be detrimental to your governance. And that is why it's very much intentional about it. The highest gift you can give to any generation is quality education. And the governor has laid a foundation that can never be raised. The annals of time or history of Enugu. That is the Green Smart School.
I would encourage that not exactly seats should be left for young ones specifically, but I think it will be necessary that the government encourages young ones to participate, and by that they can push young ones, when they come out. Because I think something that's prevalent in some parts of Nigeria, I will not say for certain, is that sometimes a young person will come out for a position, maybe a political position, and you hear you're still young in this system, go and sit down, learn from it's very good to learn, don't get me wrong, but then it is good if the government will encourage them when they come out, at least allow them, encourage them, assist them to take up those positions, put them through, you know, instead of just casting them away and asking them to go and sit while they learn. Because trust me, by the time they will finish learning, they will no longer be youths. Yes, so I think one thing that the government can do differently is to encourage young ones when they come out, allow them to just hold those positions. If they fail, yes, they will learn from their failures.
While opinions may differ, one thing is clear. Young people want more than recognition. They want meaningful opportunities to participate in decisions that affect their lives and their future. As conversations around youth inclusion continue, the question remains, will young people simply be spoken about in policy discussions, or will they have a genuine voice in shaping the policies themselves? Reporting for Aneke TV, I am Sharon Uche.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Jude Odenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
"35 years after its creation, on August 27, 1991, Enugu State stands as a remarkable blend of history, nature, culture, and human enterprise. A place where the story of coal is only the beginning. Enugu's identity was forged in the earth. Coal was discovered around the Udi Ridge in 1909, and mining transformed what was once a modest settlement into an important industrial and railway center. The discovery of coal laid the foundation for the growth of modern Enugu and earned it the enduring identity of the coal city. But beneath the coal lies another story, one written in water, rock, and forest. Across the state are waterfalls, caves, lakes, and hills. Ovum Waterfall and Cave, Ngwo Pine Forest, its limestone cave and waterfall, Iyinzu at Izimo, Opi Waterfall, and other natural attractions form part of Enugu's emerging tourism landscape. State documents identify a broad network of waterfalls, caves, lakes, and waterfronts across the 17 local government areas. The landscape is extraordinary. At Owum, water descends through a dramatic rocky setting. At Ngwo, pine trees rise above limestone formations, and a cave and waterfall. The hills around Enugu, including the historic Milliken Hills, provide both scenery and a reminder of the geological character that gave the state its name, Enugu, meaning top of the hill. Then comes culture, deep, living, and unmistakably Igbo. New Yam celebrations, masquerade traditions, music, dance, indigenous cuisine, craftsmanship, and communal institutions continue to preserve the identity of a people whose cultural influence stretches far beyond the state. Enugu's history and hospitality have also made the capital a major commercial, educational, and entertainment center in the southeast. And perhaps Enugu's greatest resource is its people. From miners and railway workers of the early industrial era to writers, academics, entrepreneurs, artists, professionals, and innovators. Generations of Enugu people have helped shape Nigeria's story. Today, the opportunity is to transform the state's natural and cultural wealth into sustainable tourism, enterprise, employment, and investment. At 35, Enugu therefore carries more than a history of coal. It carries waterfalls waiting to be explored, caves waiting to be discovered, forests and hills waiting to be experienced, a culture waiting to be shared, and a people whose greatest asset remains their capacity to imagine, create, and build. Enugu at 35 is not simply looking back at where it came from. It is standing on the hills of history, with its eyes firmly on the possibilities ahead.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It's a beautiful Friday morning here in the southeast coast city state. Welcome to Sunrise. My name is Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, welcoming you to Sunrise. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday already.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning. And it's time again where you go grab that cup of coffee or tea to relax and enjoy this ride. Because the sunrise is set sail.
Yeah, Fridays are usually that moment where we, bring to you a wrap of the week's activities and week's event. And, fortunately, it's the last week in August. And like we mentioned yesterday, we're wrapping up the year. And it's been a wonderful year. It's been wonderful experiences over time. I don't know.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful month. It's really been a good month. Of course, Mr. Uche has some details about that, looking at how he's getting ready for other great things that are happening in the year, because I know Mr. Uche is getting ready, really ready for many other events. Of course, I really like his outfit today. That's what I'm saying. Today is a day for the party in Tango this Friday after the show. We'll see what happens.
But, ladies and gentlemen, you all look good.
No, Mr. Uche looks amazing. He looks impeccable.
You look amazing, but what I don't know is what it is I should be preparing for other than what you know already.
No.
I've seen a hall. So just for you to do the needful, and then we'll be there, we'll be there to, make the day eventful. But be that as it may, it's been an eventful month. But whenever you talk about the year ending, my heart sort of skips. For me, it seems so early, but no one stops time. Yes, but like I did say, Good Hope, part of my expectation in the remaining part of the year is to be able to wear a shebi, right?
Yes, you will.
I think I might just let you both plan an event and invite me.
Of course,
we
are planning.
It's your wedding. Just come on, attend.
You want me to come out with it?
Just come on,
you want me to come out with it? I should come out with it.
Just come on, because the way you've been matchmaking, maybe I'll almost be a guest.
We are the gatekeepers of secrets.
Okay.
When you want us to open the Noah's window, we can let out some little, part of the secrets.
The word is seeing and hearing that Mr. Uche is trying to give me out. So I'm waiting for the day he will call me and say, we are finally planned. Just come and sit down. And eat right.
If life is so easy like that, he just give you a call, you just wear the baragada and come for your sit down, and then you exchange the vows, and then off you go. Honor. All
right, welcome again, gentlemen. Let's get the show on the road, starting with our quote this morning. Our quote today is from Mia Han. I am a member of a team and I rely on the team. I defer to it and sacrifice for it because the team, not the individual, is the ultimate champion. Everyone is part of a unit. Just like I mentioned yesterday, every stick in the broom makes up the bundle of that broom. And as much as you would want to have your own personal program, personal plans, if you realize, or if you find yourself in the midst of a people, your allegiance is not to yourself. Your allegiance primarily is to the goal, is to the future and the dream of that organization. As long as you are there, whatever you do, whatever you say, however you react, tantamount or directly or indirectly affects the image of that organization or of that place. Same way that it extends to Nigeria. As a Nigerian, the image of Nigeria is what you carry. The emblem of Nigeria is what you carry. And because you are a team, the team as it is the ultimate champion. Each person makes up part of a team, and united they say we stand, divided we fall.
Yeah, like it's all about teamwork. There's nothing else that we're going to take away from this. All about teamwork. When two individuals, when they are operating on the frequency of a corporation, it's a teamwork thing, not an individual thing. So if there's a mistake or there's something that needs to be fixed, it's a teamwork. So wherever you are, you must know that your colleague or whoever you're working with is your team member. So nobody will call the name of that individual. People will call the name of the organization. So be careful how you play and how you react, like Ochoma has said.
And I love that call-out call. United we stand, divided we fall. I remember that echoing from 1967 to 1970, and then it reminds me that it is about teamwork. Teamwork deserves team effort, not individual egocentrism, where one person wants to, impose their idea over the whole. And if people should hearken to this conversation about, sacrificing for the team, we may not have the several challenges that we face, in families, in the workplace, in government, and community and society at large. Unfortunately, we do not have time for this conversation, but you've seen people go out of their way, go into places just because they feel that they don't want to be part of a team, and those who challenge them to fall in line, they want to undo them through diverse means. And this shouldn't be, when you know that it is collective efforts for the team, and that the unity and the progress and the profit there attached is for the benefit of the whole. Teamwork cannot be overemphasized. And thank you this morning for this conversation on team efforts.
All right, we'll take a short break, and when we get back, we delve right into newspaper headlines and analysis. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. Now we're getting right into our newspaper stories. You're looking at stories from the Daily Sun, the Vanguard, the Nation, Punch, Daily Trust, and across all newspaper headlines this morning.
And joining us is Aneke TV's finest, Aneke TV in-house analyst, a man who has written about these things, have seen it, walked through the places, the corridors of power where decisions and issues relating to the society is being made, and today he is speaking and analyzing this issue. Join us to welcome Rex Arum. Rex, it's a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Good morning, Mr. Rex. Good morning, all. Good morning, all. Thank you for having me this morning.
You're welcome, Rex.
All right, I'm looking at these headlines on the Punch newspaper this morning. Tinubu APC governors move to fix campaign list crisis. Tinubu APC governors move to fix campaign list crisis. On the Daily Trust, subsidy or no subsidy, Tinubu promises cheaper transport from October. Tinubu promises cheaper transport from October. NFF board resignation, that's the cover story on the Vanguard newspaper. Tinubu directs comprehensive football reform. Tinubu directs comprehensive football reform, that's the cover story on the Vanguard newspaper. And on the Guardian, football under scrutiny. NFF shops for new era managers amid global accountability probe. NFF shops for new era managers amid global accountability probe. And lastly, on the Daily Sun, the headline reads, 2027 battle lines drawn.
All right, we'll take a look at the Daily Sun headline, 2027 battle lines drawn. President Bola Tinubu and APC governors are actively consolidating the ruling party's framework around ongoing economic reforms and incumbency advantages ahead of 2027. Simultaneously, opposition heavyweights like Atiku Abubakar and peterobi are plotting a strategic alliance and exploring a single consensus candidate to prevent vote splitting. This sets the stage for a high-stakes electoral battle where the success of the opposition's coalition efforts will directly challenge the ruling party's hold on power.
Mr. Rex, let's talk about the 2027 election. The ruling party, the opposition that wants to sit it, the plans.
From the reports, the ruling party is poised to get re-elected into power in 2027. And you find out that they hold a very formidable structure for such re-election. There's no two ways about it. And the opposition is fragmented. That is one of their greatest undoing. of the opposition political parties in Nigeria, because they are fragmented, because they are in small parties that are not well organized to come together. When you talk about structures, you see, if you look at the ADC with her crisis and all that, they are of course nipping those crises in the bud. You look at NDC too, you look at the PRP, you look at the other smaller political parties which are not very much in contention, yet they are poised, you know, believing that they will certainly win one seat or the other in the assemblies. So, but the way it is, while the Tinubu-led APC is working together with governors of about 32 states to position themselves in a manner that will make them to win the election, the opposition are beginning to think out of the box. Think out of the box, not just coming as political parties to oppose and win, but thinking about their coming together. The various opposition political parties to advance their ideas in order to come together and then be able to challenge the super APC. Because when I call it super APC, it is super in the fact that the APC government has about 32 state structures and there are local governments. So you see the head of the local government, 774, out of the 32, you have as many as almost 700 local governments under their kitty. And then these chairmen are all working for the Tinubu administration. Then you have 32 governors, they're all working through the state for this. And remember that even at the state level, you have the commissioners, the SPAs, the executive assistant, executive this, executive that, heads of MDAs, heads of parastatals, and all of that. They're all in these 32 states. These are structures that are very powerful, that can afford to influence people, because these structures has origin, has places where they came out from. And these places where they came out from, there are people that they are kinsmen because of our leaning to relationship, you know, all these nucleus relationship, clannish relationship and all that. So these people are government workers, people who are serving in government, there are people who believe in them. So from those people in the localities who believe in them, they're all rallying around these men. But the opposition political parties are relying on the other populace who may become vulnerable to being wooed by the incumbent with some inducements. You know, people are hungry, they're induced into, succumbing to the whims and caprices of the ruling party because there are few things to share. So these are all the factors. That is how the APC is so structured. That is why some of them come out to say that there is no opposition that can stop Tinubu from being elected. Yes, these things are statements. Sometimes people view it to be some kind of overstatement because their power remains. But power belongs to God and belongs to the people. So it is only when the people say power should be given to you that you get it. If the people say no to it, we have seen instances of that, like most recently the Osun election, with all the support of the 32 governors, with all the support of the presidency, with all the support of the incumbent ruling party APC, with all their paraphernalia of office and all that, still in Osun State, they lost to Adeleke's Accord Party. So, which tend to tell us that it is not just the way it is expected that it goes to happen. It is not about the expectation, it's not about the belief, it is not about the share of optimism by these politicians that it happens. So it became, you know, the will of the people that prevailed. And the people who are set to reclaim their government, to reclaim their leadership, to reclaim everything about theirs, you know, in a particular state. The people were set to have their state to themselves and have the leadership that they truly deserve and want. And that's exactly what happened there. So even with all the structures that the APC parade, if the opposition parties come together, like Atiku, Obi, Duke, back in there, the former APM, if they all come together with all the other smaller parties and chart a course towards wresting power from the incumbent, there are chances. There are chances. But if they do not get it right, if they do not play their cards well, it may be an effort in futility.
Well, for me, I would want to highlight the proposed meeting on the 31st, the G100 summit, where, you know, all the opposition political presidential candidates and the vice president and the party leadership are expected to attend the meeting, you know, probably look at the possibility of potential single president, because we understand that the reason why, you know, the APC have made so much stance on their re-election is because they understand that this vote will be split amongst all other political parties. But considering the fact that we've spoken so, you know, vehemently against the one-party system, and if we eliminate the choices or the options of having multiple political parties during an election, it further, you know, highlights the possibility of having one party or maybe just two parties. But understanding the metrics of politics in Nigeria, understanding that the more you have, you know, opposition parties that probably are not up to power politically with the ruling party, you see a strain, and then it further gives chances for the political party to retain power against all odds. But whatever the plan is, come 31st, we'll see how the meeting goes, you know, see if there is a possibility. And then we've had conversations where peterobi left a party because he understood that he may not get the ticket for that party, and then having to, you know, have other parties. We see back in day, we see Showore, we see Atiku, who have vehemently spoken on their desires to become presidents of Nigeria. So we'll see how we will be able to unify this whole conversation and, you know, run it side by side with what APC say.
Okay, even if they come together 31st, that idea has earlier been mooted. They had a get-together in Oyo State sometime, at the instance of Makinde, who brought them together. Yes, hosted that meeting for them to begin to think about a common front opposition against the ruling party. But it never did work. You know, it was dead on arrival, almost. And then they're now doing it the second time. And now the considerations are the common interest and the individual interest. For instance, if that individual interest is not in Abakatiku of the ADC, for instance, he probably may not even run for the election, respecting the already prevailing situation of the conventional, you know, it's a conventional rotational pattern in Nigerian politics, where the power is supposed to be in the south. The presidency should come from the south. So he should not have run. So where will his personal interest now go? Can he truly bury it? No, he cannot. He has not shown that in him, that is ready to forego his personal interest for the interest of all. Ordinarily, the moment Atiku forgoes his personal interest in the present circumstance, then the chances of the opposition will be so clear, it will come almost to fruition, because you'll be sure that you have a common front. But insofar as he's running for the presidency, and Obi also is running for presidency, and given the fact that the presidency has to go south, that's why Obi is there, coming from the south. So it is a very difficult thing for them to actually align or, you know, reach a consensus as to who should now go for presidency. At the other levels, you know, the governorship, legislative levels, all the parties will have to vie for election and, of course, win seats where they can. But for the presidency, it was just that one for the presidency. And so the chances of APC, that's why I said that APC has a greater chance, given the circumstances available. And of course, many of them unequivocally say it, that no political party is a match to the APC. So, and that optimism is being shared by almost all of them. So who will bail the cat? Who will step down for the other in terms of the opposition political parties?
Very big question.
Every other, maybe some other presidential candidates can do, but between Obi and Atiku, that is where the problem is.
Well, this thing is something that we have been seeing for some time. What made Peterobi to even leave the ADC to NDC, because of he was actually going for the presidency. However, we are still seeing that coalition, like the coalition zone, they are trying to do something about this, coming together to front one forerunner. I would use the word forerunner, someone that could represent the whole, you know, their interest as going into 2027's election. They have done this before. But if they are going to come back and it's going to be to the interest of the people, and they will put away ambition, and someone had to take up the frontier, that's fine. But if it's going to be a coalition on 31st, a coalition where there's still the same issues they are facing, or unresolved interest, then it will be a problem. But come 31st, we're going to see what happens. Even though APC, at the other hand, Mr. President and the governorship forum, People's Governorship Forum, they are having their own meeting, getting together their gears going into 2027. We're going to see a strong opposition if they come together. That's talking about Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, the former vice president, and even the former governor, Mr. Peterobi. If they are coming together and all of them are coming together, we're going to see what happens. And these people are coming, we're going to see what happens. That's my own. If you can put away interest, that will be fine.
Yeah, all is good.
Yeah.
Let me start from asking this question, Royce. What are the benefits to being a presidential candidate?
Benefits?
Yes.
You have chance of
what are the benefits to being? I don't mean winning the presidential election, but the benefits to just being a candidate in an election, being a presidential candidate.
A flag bearer. A flag bearer.
Yeah, you are a
flag bearer of a political party, and which shows you are the best among equals, amongst your own political party. If you're able to come to the top in your political party, the chances are, because you have an ambition, the ambition has not been tucked in. It has not been tucked in. It has not been submerged by the various other interests. Your interest has come selling, and you are hopeful that that interest that is selling will sell and anchor on a bright and peaceful shore where possibly you might become the president of the country. And it's an ambition. So whenever an ambition is selling and is working, of course, first, personal interest, you are elated, you are excited that it is working. It is a show of acceptability for you that you have been accepted, against all the other criticisms that will certainly come. Because whenever you are running for any position, you are subject to being criticized by other people from other angles, that see you from a different perspective. So, but when after all the criticism you come, it means that the majority has sanctioned that you are good enough. And that tends to tell you that you must have to continue doing fine, doing good to the people, because you are accepted. That acceptability on its own is fulfilling.
All right, I think that's to enriching a CV. Beyond that, let me go further to ask again. Are there monetary attachments? Does the state, INEC, make some, financial assistance to the flag bearers of their political party? That's one. Two, or you can answer that first before I go to...
Initially, there's a law, there is a stipulation that INEC give money to political parties. But that is no money, because you cannot do, one of the presidents of the United States answered 3 questions, and the 3 questions were all anchored on what do you need to actually run for elections. Number one thing you need to run elections and possibly make it, he said, money. Second, what else? He did not answer any other thing except money. I was asked the 3rd time, he said it's money. So you now find out that all these things stops at money. Because when you are talking about your capacity, your intellectual capacity, your leadership capacity and all that, these things have been assessed before you are given the presidential candidacy. Yeah? So, and that is not what will make you to win. You find out that when Obama was running, the American people were contributing, even in cents, in $1 and so on. People contributed money. Political parties survived through money. It is not like in Nigeria where you find out that members of political parties or those electorates who want to become members of political, they contribute money. They stayed required to take money from the political party. They want the political parties to be sharing money, sharing food items and all that. And that is what they believe is their own dividend of democracy. People are not interested in infrastructure. People are not interested in what the government can do to better the lives of the lot most often. They're interested in their immediate gains. What are they going to get from these people? That is because, you know why it is so. And when these people come and bring those things, they will stop until the next 3 years, going to the 4th year when the electoral process will begin again. That is when you expect to get. So they give you some cups of rice, gives you some bar soap, and so on. All these many things that are made to induce you into voting for them. And then for the next 4 years, they're not getting anything until another round of elections. So, and that is the situation in Nigeria. But people need money. So the presidential candidates are not going to get money. Even if they get money, it will not be enough to even campaign in one state, the level of money they will get. So it's not about money.
Let me come forward with why I'm asking these myriads of questions. We understand that the state must provide security to every presidential candidate, right? No. You know why I ask this question? Because they are perennial candidates in elections. Parties that have not been able to win councillorship since their existence. Yet, we have certain individuals who continue to run as perennial presidential candidates across the parties. Let me not mention political parties, lest I be accused of bias or demarcating some persons. But I'm asking this question because we are talking about the opposition and its preparedness. And you understand quite well that there's nobody who talks about the unpreparedness of the opposition in Nigeria like I do speak to. Not because I hate the opposition, but I still maintain that till this moment, I think that the opposition in Nigeria is unprepared, not ready for leadership. I'm sorry, people may find my position extreme, but the truth is before us for a number of reasons, for which you've mentioned. We start from the formation of some political parties where their interests didn't align, and then people had to move to other political fronts, and then culminating in the gathering at Ibadan, which we tagged the Ibadan Summit, hoping that the opposition in Nigeria would have a common front. But to this day, is still yet in search of having a common front. And why I was asking that question is to tell you that even if we go to Ibadan again and find a common front, there are people in the so-called opposition who feel and think that their ideology is bigger, higher, better than that of the common opposition front. You will find people who would continue to want to be presidential candidates, which is why I was asking about the benefits so attached that every year, when they know that they may not get votes from their spouse, yet they present themselves as presidential candidates. And we are talking about opposition preparedness. Let's dig in. Which of the opposition political parties prepared, like the APC is today? I hate to say it, but they appear the most ready for election. In these sites, amongst the states in Nigeria, they control majority. Unlike what the PDP had, the APC seem to have gone better in becoming an election machine, structured to just for the sake of winning election, not just any election. They could lose at the subnational level, concede some senatorial grant or House of Rep. But if you go in the innermost chambers where political analysis and structural studies are made, you will see that the APC as of today is configured for one thing: to have a go and sustain its presence as the president or the party in power in Nigeria. And when you look at that and take cognizance of that and begin to examine the opposition as of today, that has refused to come together, unify and present a common front, leading me to ask the same question again. The issue you mentioned, to win an election you need money. And I've looked at the opposition. Let me start with the candidates of the ADC. Where would the money come from? Because as of today, we do not have a vice presidential candidate of a ruling party in ADC as a vice presidential candidate. Over time, it's been alleged the preference for sitting governors as a means of being able to fund some political activities. But today is nay. We do not have it. So where would the money come to match the capacity of the ruling party if they do not unify around an acceptable candidate to be able to challenge the opposition on the general acceptability of the people? And I tell you today, it is not there. You continue to have a fragmented opposition with peterobi from one end, and then the Atiku Abubakar from another end, and you have the likes of Sowore them that would divide the votes along people who believe in their ideology and what they stand for. Then think of the Zeni Labour Party, fragmented opposition as of today. There's the reality. And if they do go into the election so fragmented, then I'm wondering where the political mathematics could come from to be able to achieve the numbers. Tell me that people, you will be able to outmatch the structures that are being positioned for the election in 2027. Now, let's talk about the G100 and its issues. The G100 talks about unified opposition, where I read in the past a communique where they are already aligned towards a chosen candidate without the conversation so attached. And in it, I found the defects that is not sellable. Because I've seen where this chosen candidate has been, that they have positions imposed on him, whereas the CNC and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, if they so wins the election, will not have control of defense. I've not seen that happen. And every sane mind would question that and may vote against that structure. Do I need go further? Where certain positions have been nominated, individuals know where they stand. And the dynamics to win an election is that it is left at the choice of whoever emerges and wins the election to nominate people into position that they will serve at his pleasure. And that inspires people to either choose to work for the candidates, believing that when they win election, that they could get choice positions. And today, positions has been fixed by position of the G100. Is that the position you will take into to negotiate and have a unified opposition? And I dare say, if the opposition as of today do not sit in, go back to the drawing board and plan, prepare again, re-strategize their issues. The issues of funding is one. The issues of a unified common front that would have a nationalistic look for the benefits of Nigerians and not the selected interests of a few, then it will fail. Let's not talk about the structures, because people would argue that structures don't win election, that it is the people. But remember that these structures that are so set up are commanding force in their territory. Let's come down to Enugu State. Go to the street and interview people. You will see how this machinery has begun to co-opt the people's interest into believing that it is the suitable option, meaning that the opposition needs to come over more grounds. So, as it is today, bar any further developments, the opposition needs to sit up to offer that challenge that is needed. If not, if I'm to call it in today, then there are troubles, because we'll still have a fragmented opposition that cannot be able to challenge the incumbent, who is so meticulous and beginning to oil every wheels into reacceptance and re-elected into that very position. I so submit.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. Moving on to our next story on the Punch newspaper. Tinubu APC governors move to fix campaign list crisis. President Bola Tinubu and APC governors met at Aso Rock to resolve the political backlash triggered by the initial release of the party's 2027 presidential campaign council list. The roster was retracted after facing severe criticism for sidelining internal party structures and including figures facing active corruption trials. Party leadership is now revising the framework and expanding subcommittees to ensure broader representation before the polls. Mr. Rex.
Yes, when the APC released the Presidential Campaign Council, it called for a lot of criticism, like you just read out, that some people who are facing serious corruption charges are made to be campaigning. So, and such persons have said, when you have, when such persons have despicable catalog of criticisms, and when their freeness to corruption is suspect, how do you begin to sell the manifesto of your party when people are beginning to look at you from all forms of not being the right person to do that? You cannot give what you don't have. if people will be looking at such persons, I don't want to call names, but if I'm asked to call names, we know that the former governor of Kogi State is still facing corruption charges, and he's a member of the campaign council. If we look at, there are people who are supposed to be in the campaign council that are not. Such persons, people believe has things to offer for the re-election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Yet they were not carried forward. That is why people are excited that the likes of Alimodu Sheriff, the former governor of Borno State, is presently in charge of the Northeast, having known the terrain in the Northeast. So that is why the president had to call for some amendments. They said review. Some people said it's not review. That it has to be just a kind of amendment. You're putting in some things. It's not review. So we have so many people who are not supposed to be there. We have many others who are supposed to be there but are not there. So they have called it back. That list released about 5 days, either 5 days or 6 days ago, attracted criticisms. And now they're going to come up with a fresh one. You see, the time for the campaigns are going. It was about 150 days to the election, to the 24 hours before election, and now it is now 140-something days. So, and I have not seen any of the political party that has started its own in earnest. Even the political parties, the opposition political parties, have not come out naming the campaign councils for the presidential elections. It's like some of them, their campaign council revolves around them, and whoever they can just ask, my dears, join me, my dear, join me. Because we have not seen, that is exactly what we talk about APC. It has a structure. It has a way of doing things that they're actually as if they're implementing an already done computerized idea, which they, gradually, step by step, progress to implement. And then with such implementation, that is why most people, most pundits, always predict that Bola Ahmed Tinubu will win, because the things are going systematically. We have not seen these other groups come out. These are campaign councils, so and so person, so and so person, and then people with integrity, people that can say, just for instance, in one of the political parties has just one man they believe has integrity, and then the majority of others are now, queuing up for his integrity, even people without integrity. So some people without integrity were running to get tickets on another platform so as to enjoy the integrity of only one man. That is the way it is. During the 2023 election, some people did that, and when they did it, they won election at other levels, and immediately, a few months, about less than 6 months, some 3 months, they joined another political party. They only wanted to ride on the integrity's back. That is, I know what I mean by integrity's back. I'm now personifying integrity in the present circumstance. That the man who has integrity now is integrity. So they rode on his back to win election. And 6 months after, they left the parties. And because they have no ideology, they don't believe it. They just want to ride on the back of the likes of peterobi to win election. And they did. And at the end of the day, peterobi is not even in Labour Party again. They are not in Labour Party also. They have gone separate ways, going into other political parties. Of course, they have all joined APC. So that is the way it is. But APC is there standing tight, planning ahead, having ideas in their head, and implementing same systematically. You see, whatever, that's why the white man is exactly what he is. If you put things together, like the engine of a car, if you bring those components in Nigeria and put them together, the engine will start. If you bring it together and stay in Australia or New Zealand, it will also do the same thing, which means it is already researched and, of course, tested and trusted. And that's exactly what APC is doing. That we will systematically do our thing based on the, extensive period of planning. They plan very well and they want to implement same, as if they are reeling out this thing from a computer system where it is, where we have planned it. And you find out that you get little or no errors. And the moment they catch any slightest error, they call back and then redo it. Look at them, the campaign council. We think it is not good enough. We are going to do it. And pretty soon they come out with something they feel is good enough to give them the winning.
When I see stories like this and hear what's going on in the opposition camp and look at so much uncertainties, these eternal dispute arose after the party primaries and when INEC published candidates lists, and some persons said, oh, they were promised positions, and then when the list comes out, or when the list came out, they didn't find their names on it. And now we're seeing, a list that was published with people. I can imagine someone hoping that, or maybe beating his or her chest that he's sure he was going to make the list, and then the list is published, you don't see your name. So it just makes me ask a question: are we really ready for this election? Because these are things that, that should be done, dusted, and then moving on. And then we're seeing, trouble in paradise. It may not be as minute as they like to, because parties like this, they like to downplay on these things. Oh, it's not so serious, we'll resolve it. I read that this that was published on their official website, they took it down, trying to re-strategize. So it just shows a whole lot of, lacuna in so much of our politics. Some things that are supposed to be formidable or done, sorted, move on, foolproof. We still find loopholes in all of it, and then it brings you to question, what are the integrity? What's the level of integrity of people in power? Do they really hold them? Because this is not Nigeria now. This is party. So if I don't even trust you in my party enough to produce an authentic list, one that is accepted by all, without having to favor some persons or to play favoritism, how then do you expect these integrity to extend to the larger Nigeria? And then you bring it to election, you've made promises, but right there in your party there are some discrepancies with the policies and the selections being made.
These things are not cast on stone, excuse me. Okay. It's not cast on stone. You see, you won't expect, these are humans and these are Nigerians. These people are not God, they are not angels. These are not perfect entities that want to do things and it will be brought. Even what the instance I gave about the Western world, the people that invented a lot of things, you still have errors in some of these inventions. If you go back to way back when there was this Dalton's atomic theory, he said that atoms are the smallest indivisible particle of an element. But much later, that theory was flawed. That they found that the atom could be divided into protons, neutrons, and electrons. And even electrons could further be divided through nuclear reactions. So you find out that most of these things, they are bound to be errors. You see, whatever research you are doing, to the extent of the knowledge available, that's where you end up. But when somebody comes in to begin to interrogate the level you have done, and then that is exactly why people criticized what they did. And that was why they brought it back. It's not as if maybe they are not knowledgeable enough. They did what they think could be good enough. But the moment it elicited tongue lashing and backlashes, they started doing a different thing. So this is the way it is. That is dynamism in every system. In the human life, human error, even here in the studio, sometimes we'll still have those little errors. And even as broadcasters that knows our diction and knows our phonics and all that, we still have some of these errors right inside the studio. So that's the way it is. It does not come for anything.
I think it means that they are listening. It tells you that that's a party that is listening to commentaries and comments by people, and a party that wants to win election. You know, they are strengthening the list. Let me just say, you know, as we get into that conversation proper, it should elicit fear in the opposition to know that these people are not resting, they are not relaxing, they want to come out with a better formation. You know, in football talents, where you bring football balance, if you bring in Good Hope now, he will tell you about 3-4-6 formation or 3-2-4-1 formation. You understand? So they want to bring in a better formation. And one thing should be understood, that preparing, you know, an electoral council when you are in opposition, when you are out of power, is different when you are in power. A lot of interests have now aligned, a lot of interest conflicts, you know. But let me give Good Hope a chance. You understand that there are names that should be on the list that are not in the list. There are people who are in the list, you know, that needs, you know, to be more fortified and to have an all-inclusive list. That's what's going on.
Well, from the list, I saw it a few days ago, and I was wondering what there seemed not to be a compendium of many people who should be on the list from the APC side. Now, talking about giving those people who are meant to be on the list, that's those people now seeing that they have some corruption cases and issues that are going on, you would tend to understand what is really going on with this selection. Is it before releasing this list, was their profiles not checked? What is actually wrong? These are the simple things people could do, simple auditing. Were their profiles not checked? Were their backgrounds, where they are coming, like, are we just, I'm not saying are we, were these things not properly, you know, looked into before it was released? Who are those behind the council who released the list? Because now it has been withdrawn. Must there be some back and forth in certain issues that relates to, you know, campaign, where you are saying that a particular political party, they should bring out their best foot. That's what should step out. That's what is being expected. So I'm not sure there's anything that pains me more than having these people who has certain cases that has to link with this coming out. And the list was released. People had to, like Mr. said, that means they are watching. They know they want to win the election. Why release the list first? Must everything be must they be back and forth on these issues? These are concerns that I have.
Back and front in some circumstances.
Mr. Rex, I understand they could be back and forth. But you know, if they publish, it's a publication.
Yes.
So it's not cast in stone.
That's why I said
understanding exactly. Understanding
it's a publication. It's a publication.
Mistakes you can't make.
It's not about mistake.
Even if this list was an official release.
Yes,
exactly.
It's an official release.
They did not tell you that. No, they did not tell you that this is a final list. See, there are emerging truths. There are dynamics. Let's speak to these issues. These are campaign lists, setting up a campaign structure. One, there are people, do you look at it from this angle, that there are people who should or could be in this council that are not there yet. Let me cite an example. Nuhu Rubadu is not there. The former campaign DG of Mr. President, you know, the current Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo is not there. The current governor of Edo State is not there. Is not there. There are a whole lot of issues.
Because my own is that it was published.
Initially, there could be interest to have a compatible list of individuals, and I have the list here, you know, speaking to position and direct their positions in the campaign council, but there could be an expanded list.
See, even after setting up a campaign, you know, committee, there are still issues about you can co-opt people. Even the members of the campaign council can begin to co-opt as many people as possible, co-opt into the subcommittees to work. It is not something that you just cast on stone, end it, and it closes. It doesn't close. This is campaign. They are going to employ everything that will make them to win. So even if there were 200, they can co-opt people and make it 500, 2,000, 5,000, even 20, 30.
Yes. Money is being spent for all these lists.
Certainly, money was spent.
There's politics in
No. My own. I don't think there's something that. Go ahead. Mr. Chair, I don't think there's something that we are not. All of us are understanding what's going on. None of us here doesn't have that understanding to understand that while we are looking at it holistically, there are some excuses that should be made. I'm saying that this list that was published is not today, it's not yesterday, it's not day before yesterday that the plan started. Of course, there will be a place things could be retracted.
Can I come in here?
But you know, yes, you can come in.
Let me tell you what happened. Let me say something. You see, in these things, it's not cast on stone. You keep expanding. Like the list I have here, you know, you talk about the directors, the position, and let me talk about the Enugu State Governor, who is the coordinator for Southeast. You will see him, under him, he will create an expanded structure that will see for Southeast. Now, let me go to 2023. The then Labour presidential candidate, Peterobi, is a DG of campaigns. What happened? May his soul rest in peace. They now discovered that he had cases, you know, with EFCC, which they were not privy to, or they somehow omitted that information, and it came out that that would be, you know, an avalanche of avenue for the opposition or the party then to other parties to attack them. What did they do? He had to withdraw, and they made an emergency appointment of a DG of campaign. So there are a whole lot of issues and dynamism to these things. But for me, let me take my time now. You see, when you raise the issue of the list, people with checkered history, people who has been alleged to be involved in one, you know, nefarious activity, corrupt tendencies, yes, we understand, but this is politics. Allegation is not conviction. What I understand correctly, that there's no convicted person on this list. Yes, there are individuals with questionable, you know, tendencies that have issues with EFCC, like Bete Edu, you know, who was the former director of Women Mobilization, has issue and was dropped as of 2024. He still have case to answer, but she is not convicted yet. So on that premise that the law says that you are innocent until proven guilty, you can be co-opted into this. Now, going further, there is Ngozi Olemeje, you know, who in her case was former NSTIF, chair, and has issues to answer as well with EFCC, but has not been convicted. Now we are citing even I had issue when I saw Yari, you know, on personal ground, seeing Yari as the Director General of the campaign. I had issue because this is a man that has issue with EFCC, and as of today, I'm not aware that these issues have been cleared, leading to how he ran Zamfara State in that time. And there are other issues as to how he came into stupendous and tremendous wealth after he left as governor, to the point that he was able to buy into Gregu power plants, and there are still issues linked to that. There are whole questions to his person, but he is not convicted. Then on moral ground, the political parties could say that this individual should not lead our campaign council because it may cast aspersion on our potential, you know, to be able to win people's emotion and sentiments and believe that we are a party that could lead them out of corruption. Then on moral ground, you could. But looking at the list, we are leaving the meat of the issue. The point everybody is not noting is that the President Tinubu himself is at the head. He sits on the head, on the table, at the head of the table as the chairman of his own campaign council. I do not know, and I can't remember for the life of me, in recent history, where a sitting president was the chairman of his own campaign council. What does that tell you? These are the issues that should concern the opposition. That this is a man, like he did say, that you will rescue him to the mud if you want to take away the position from him. And here he is making real his threat that he is a ready fighter, leading the charge from the front with his vice, speaking of unity and wanting to bring down a good formation, that with a good strike force that can win any team. That should concern the opposition. Then when you look at the array of men that they parade, that tells you a party that means business. Look at Hope Uzodinma in Southeast. These are, you know, as the secretary of the committee. Then you go forward, look at the names that they parade here. You are talking about Akpabio, who somehow, despite the charges against him, you know, he maneuvered, found himself to become the Senate president. When people said he didn't, you know, he didn't win a primary or wasn't in a nominated candidate, and this tells you that this party means well. They try to gather men who knows how to win election. We are talking about winning here. That's the mentality. Yes, let's not talk about the bag they carry, even though that will be called to question. We should look at this list and begin to scrutinize, and that should concern the opposition to come out with a better list. The fact that they've gone in to tinker this list, because I do not understand why some names are missing. For example, you talk about the former DG of the campaign that led this party when he was not in power into winning the position, and he's not in the campaign council list. Then you talk about who again? You talk about Adebanjo. You talk about Fani Kayode, that we knew how, you know, mounted he was during the campaign. Then talk about the governor of those states. You're missing the governor in the campaign council. We will have other formidable governors. It should be concerning to the opposition. So when I see the list, you know, the only thing that it tells me is that the APC means business, and if the opposition wants to dislodge these people, they need to mean twice as much business than the ruling party. So yes, are there issues with the list? Yes, there are. But political party council, presidential campaign council list, this is not the first time you will see a list being tinkered to even make it more formidable. One thing I know President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is that when this list comes out, they will try to cover every look and cranny. Does it not surprise you that Carlo, the deputy speaker, is not on the list? So these are the issues that they would want to tinker it, have a formidable front that would be able to traverse every look and cranny of the geographical expression of Nigeria to be able to, you know, contend wherever the opposition will be coming from.
All right, looking at daily church subsidy or no subsidy, Tinubu promises cheaper transport from October. President Tinubu and state governors have agreed to roll out measures starting October 1st to lower public transport costs using CNG and electric vehicles. This initiative is backed by the conversation of over 120,000 vehicles and an expanding network of hundreds of new refueling stations nationwide designed to cushion the severe cost of living impacts of fuel subsidy removal. The policy addresses high transit expenses despite ongoing debates over broader energy pricing.
Well, that tells you also that they are now trying to nip in the bud those things that may make them not win the election. They now know that the spiral effects of the high cost of petroleum, you know, refined petroleum, especially the PMS, the premium motor spirit, the effect on the economy has resulted in the high cost of living and suffering amongst the people. You know, they want to lower the transport costs so that the effect on all other goods and services will come lower. And they are now talking about how to do that. Of course, CNG, this gas type of fueling of vehicles that use PMS, is what they are trying to do. But I do not see it because the promise is about by October. I do not see how you have all these vehicles that are going to be driven by, energy battery, and the ones with CMG and so on will have to take over Nigeria that has about 200 and some fraction million people. I do not see the effectiveness of any such thing between now and October because we only almost have just 1 month. That is September. But that's the discussion he had with governors. The governors are now set to come bring in. I don't know how long it takes for you to go to organizations that produce vehicles that do not use fuel before you now bring them in. The transactions has to be signed, done, and so on, and how many of them you are bringing in and so on. But he has, promised to make about 500 recharge centers. That is where you now fuel vehicles, and then the tanks, that cylinders that are built under the conversion of vehicles into the use of CMG. So these are some of the things I said. But I see more of this, promise as one of the rhetorics that are meant to assuage the feelings of the masses, because by the time we are in October, possibly by the grace of God, we'll be in this studio, and they will be able to analyze and see if this promise by Mr. President and his governors are realizable or realized, or that the people have been able to, get the dividends of democracy through a reduced transport cost. We see that, but it's not going to be easy for the government to achieve that within 1 month. That's what I'm saying. It's not as if it's not as if they cannot achieve anything, of that manner, based on the promise. But the time frame, it may not be achieved within the time frame. But they will do what they can. Right in most of the states, they begin to, get vehicles that are not driven by fuel and all that. But how many of them will you have? Let's take a look at the number of vehicles in Nigeria. They are running into billions. That the number of vehicles in Nigeria are more than the population. I want to say that without fear of, anybody saying no to it. Because we have vehicles parked everywhere. People in the various families have vehicles that even outnumber the number of people in their families. We know that. If it's overseas where you pay taxes for utility, then people will not own such vehicles. For you to pay taxes for the utility you enjoy, nobody will use such vehicles. But here, you don't pay taxes for it. That's why people buy vehicles upon state-of-the-art vehicles. If you go there, you see the likes of all these celebrities, Davido, Dido Melaye. These are people that have the number of vehicles in their yard is more than the number of people in their families, even their extended families put together. You see them. So what I'm saying is that I wonder when they will be able to change the cylinders of the transport vehicles in Nigeria. I wonder when they will bring in vehicles that are not driven by fuel. But if they do it, that will be kudos to the APC, the party ruling Nigeria. That will be kudos, and kudos for Mr. President. That will be one of the promises he has made and done, because there are promises he has made and yet not done. He has made promises in the area of electricity we have not seen. We're only seeing skeletal electricity supply in Nigeria. So I had expected that by now that Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be telling Nigerians, I came in I decided to ensure that I installed the electricity. Just like Obasanjo will always beat his chest that he liberalized ICT in Nigeria. Because the moment he come, all these things about ICT came into being. The mobile GSM network came into being and so on. So he can beat his chest that he did that. And I expected Tinubu to beat his chest that I've restored electricity in Nigeria, or I have restored steel production in Nigeria. That's I should expect that he does. Of course, he removes fuel subsidy. He can beat his chest to say, I remove fuel subsidy. But he cannot beat his chest to say the fuel subsidy removal has yielded so and so for the masses of Nigeria. It may have yielded so and so for those in power, those who are managing our common patrimony. Yes, it may have done so nice for them, but not for the masses of Nigeria. So it is the president's move is a welcome development, and I expect that it will be implemented to the letter, so that Nigerians will begin to feel good in their own soil.
Okay, this is one of the stories I've seen this morning, and I'm like, okay, if Mr. President would be able to put these things together, we are going into a season, I will use the word a season, where there's a need for fuel and the means of transportation to be better. The other day we saw in the news that fuel, even though there have been some cuts down on petrol, fuel at some places, fuel is still 1,212 naira. Now, calculating all this and what Mr. President has said from October, how fast will those things be? That's the thing, because you know what happens in Nigeria is that when there's a formulation of policy, it could take time before it comes down to those who are at the grassroots. That's the problem. From October, yes, we know it's from October, but how fast can it be to help salvage the situations that the masses are facing? That's the question. It's not about of course, it's a commendable one, bringing in electric cars, CNG, constructing the charging stations and all of this. They are good. How long will it take for you and I, for it to reach us? That's just the question. Because if you look at the time frame, and when it was said that it will come, it's a very good time. Of course, let's not say if there's anything, because we've been shouting, we've been screaming as citizens. We've been shouting about the price of fuel, about the price of petrol, as it's being sold in the market. But when will these things happen? There's nothing else I have to say.
I'm not pleased. I will not. I've been trying, while Mr. Rex was speaking and Good Hope was speaking, I'm trying to put my feelings in words so I don't, overshoot. This is not necessary, if you ask me. Because if you are deciding after, the whole I'll bring back subsidy, I'll not bring back subsidy conversation, you now wake up one morning and say, oh, by October 1st, they're going to... What happened to when fuel prices increased? The war in Iran and US with Israel started February 28th. And since that time, we've had constant fluctuation of fuel prices. Food prices have not gone down. Transportation is still expensive. Rents are still expensive. Small businesses are dying. People are being taxed beyond what they can afford. And then you wake up one morning, tell us in less than 1 month or 2 months, 1 month as it is, that you're going to introduce buses. And then we understand how policies work in Nigeria. And this is election period. This is campaign season. So at what point are you going to, why didn't you bring it earlier? If this was something that was in the pipeline, sometimes I often, this is a personal thought anyway, do these people really sit down and make plans, or they sleep, wake up, okay, what is one thing that we can fix? Whatever is happening, let's not refer to what has been happening. Let's just pick out one thing and just bombard them with a promise. There are things that should have plannings. Something like this, when the Abia State, most recently the Abia State government built a terminal, and in less than a week they introduced CNG buses, and in less than another week they've made partnership with companies to make, and now you understand that this person at a particular point has focused on one sector and is trying to fix it. There are so many things that are bedeviling Nigeria that we are still, but most recently we learned that some people were kidnapped, and we are still trying to harness the conversations around insecurity, harness butter up the conversations about budgeting and cases around Nigeria, and then this is supposed to be a good news. To me, it's not. As much as he has promised, yeah, maybe when it comes, eventually when it comes, it will be another another step or another peddler for his campaign. Oh, this is what I've done, or this is what we're able to sort out. But these are things that should have been sorted out. Some states have taken the initiative to create buses. Why didn't you leverage in that moment and provide it across the country, or subsidize further prices? And then if you introduce buses, what will happen to people who already have source of livelihood with other means of transportation? What are your plans? Is it just to introduce buses? I mean, I don't know, but whatever the plans, he has said, the president has said October 1st, maybe it will serve, or it is hope to serve as an Independence Day celebration present to Nigerians. Oh, it's Independence Day, let me introduce, and then it starts from the federal. Who knows when it will come down to states, get to rural community? Is this just for urban areas? Would it extend? So there's a whole lot of, questions, nitty-gritties to this thing that I find rather unpleasant. It is coming at electricity is what we need to get sorted. The commissioner has said, oh, it's because people, honestly, there's just a lot to this thing. The president should be more intentional about the things he promises Nigerians.
All right. Mr. Rez, do you remember Vision 2010? From Vision 2010, we had Vision 2020. Vision 2010 under Babangida. I remember that part of that vision was that there will be health for everybody. There will be water for everybody. From Vision 2010, we'll move to Vision 2020. And from Vision 2020, we'll move to Vision 2030. And I bet you to Vision 2050 will soon emerge. What am I trying to say? Sometimes government is reactionary. They begin to, try to attend to issues as they emerge. Yes, we may have a go at Mr. President for coming now to offer CNG battery-fied vehicles before October. As reactionary as that may be, you've quite taken it very well. Why were these things not promised earlier, and why were they not worked towards being achieved before this time? But you realize that we're in campaign season and promises will be made. But the point remains that we need to look at the realistic tendencies to actualizing these promises. Does Nigeria have the capacity to begin to transform from PMS to CNG vehicles? Yes, we have the capacity. Does Nigeria have the capacity to be able to transform from CNG buses to battery-powered vehicles or electric vehicles or solar-powered vehicles? When you interrogate the issue, you understand that we have solar in abundance, more than the climes where they use solar-powered vehicles. When you talk about the electrical vehicles, you equally realize that we have the resources, the raw material that is being used to power these things are available in Nigeria. The point remains that, yes, like you did question if governments do sit down to make plans about all these things, my take over time has been that Nigeria has the best of planners when it comes to policy formulation, when it comes to creating visions, such as having a flying vehicles or swimming vehicles by 2030, And we can give you policy guidelines and directions on how to. But the issue is always on implementation. What are the challenges inherent with the CNG buses that we've marshaled out with the suspension of the subsidy removal and all that? Have we realized that goal yet? And have we evaluated the challenges associated with it before even going one step further? Like Mr. Ress have argued that the vehicles in Nigeria could be, outnumber the population of Nigerians. So, in taking it holistically, you begin to look at the realizables, the achievables, and like you rightfully submitted, I understand that most Nigerians would want stable power supply more than giving them a flying vehicle, or more than giving them vehicles that could swim in Atlantic Ocean. The reality on ground does not support that we could have that before October. All right, and what we want to hold government accountable are those promises that have been made before now, not the ones, because we are going to encounter new promises that will be made as we go into the campaign season. But one thing we would ask President Bola Ahmed Tinubu when we encounter him in town hall meeting, what were the challenges to realizing the stable power supply that he did promise us on the altar of not being re-elected if he was not delivered? So these are the tendencies. So we should be able to, like, a good girlfriend, be able to decipher when the man is making utopian promises that are unrealistic.
All right, we'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll continue on the newspaper headlines and analysis. Do stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still tuning on Sunrise here on Aneke TV, and we're looking into a conversation that has become one topic that is often discussed among peers, among organizations, among society. What would you consider formidable grounds for divorce? With divorce rates climbing and a growing number of people choosing to bypass marriage entirely out of fear from harrowing relationship stories, what should we consider as concrete grounds for divorce? More importantly, how do these legal resolutions or dissolutions fundamentally affect the trajectory of human lives after the dust settles? When a marriage does end, how does that profound disruption ripple through and permanently reshape the lives of everyone involved? Most recently, we've seen the case about a popular Nigerian photographer, David Martins, who have alleged to be estranged from his wife after she, made reports about abuses from her husband to her, even at the time where they had their 3-month-old child. And then he came out to, as social media works, to counter her claims and said that he had noticed that she was sharing chats with a certain gospel artist, and that he had suspicions of cheating that led to his actions and inactions. So we're just asking, we've had so many other conversations. We've seen people decide to out of their marriage because of things like this. So we just want to have a conversation. I don't know.
No, let me start with Mr. Goodhope.
Yes.
On what ground would you go for a divorce?
My question is why are you starting?
Will you go for it? Let's start. Before we come to rest words of experience.
Well, divorce is really a problem in our society right now because a lot of people are crashing out. But it's all about identity. Relationship, marriage is all about identity. We don't exist in vacuum. We exist together as a community. Any ground I will go for divorce should be grounds of, I think it's when we get there. I'm sure we will not get there. Really, we will not get there. Unless there's an infidelity, which it has to be proven with evidences. But there's no point of even having such grounds. For me, it's all about, unless there's concrete evidence, like this is proven, and it has happened.
If you get your wife pants down with another man on your matrimonial bed, will you not divorce such a woman?
She has to go. She has to go. She really has to go.
That's your opinion.
Yes, she has to go. Not the rumor. Not the rumor now. You saw that. No, she has to go. It's okay. For me, that's what I believe. And that's what I see.
Does your religion support it?
Are you not in my religion? No, listen. Are you not in my religion? Like,
no, does your religion support it? We may be of same religion, but of different faiths in that religion. These and ideologies differs.
Well, the thing is, there's no...
Okay, if you want to know what I think, I believe that I do not believe and subscribe to divorce on no grounds. But unlike you, I may not be able to divorce my spouse on the grounds of infidelity, but I will divorce a nagging wife faster than I will divorce an infidel, a cheating partner. So these are beliefs.
Okay. Yes, I really like nagging partner is also. That's why I encourage friendship first before relationship, then before marriage, so that you take your time and know who this person is. Friendship, especially in friendship, it's important.
Okay. Wait. Let rest come into this conversation proper.
Well, if you talk about divorce, you start from the beginning. One, divorce is relative to people, to individuals, to people and their different beliefs. If you marry traditionally, there are set out rules upon which there can be a divorce between that person and the wife, traditionally. Then if you are married, you're a Christian, there are also set out rules on divorce based on the rules. The only rule that Jesus Christ said for those who are Christians is on chastity. And that's all. Although Mr. Uche said he can easily divorce a nagging wife, not a cheating wife. Good, but that is the only way that you have right to divorce your wife, is when your wife has been found through a prima facie evidence, not it was said.
Does forgiveness not get to that ground for Christians?
I'm not talking about forgiveness. I'm talking about conditions of the question.
The conditions of
that is the condition.
I mean, Otoma had to come in so that it can be together.
Then, if you are married in the English law, these are marriages are the three the definitions of what could happen to divorce and the three levels of it. There could be others depending on the clime, okay? But in this part of the world, I'm talking about 3 stages. Now, if you are married in the English law, there are stipulated rules that is in the books, in the law books, where you can now take as grounds to divorce. And another one is your ability to convince a court on why you do not want to get married to a woman. Some people have gone to court to divorce their wives, or some women have gone to court to divorce their husbands on infidelity, cheating. Some people have gone to court to divorce for, battery, ability. Some have divorced for lack of soup money. That's what I'm saying. But what you need to do is to convince a court that whatever your partner has done is worth divorcing for. That it is upon you to either feel good or not to feel good. And the moment the thing is within the behavior of your partner is not what gives peace to a home, if you are having an unpeaceful home, the tendency for one of the parties to seek for divorce is there. So these are the ones that you do based on the provisions of the law in terms of English law.
Thank you for the education. But the question, let me be direct. Hypothetically, on what ground will you divorce a partner?
You are asking Rex. On what ground will I?
Or hypothetically?
No, because you said what I have said. What grounds upon which
you stated the position of the law.
You stated
the position of the religion.
Yes, I've stated all these positions. So I've stated all these positions.
We've seen people who have a cheating partner. Wait now, we've seen people who have cheating partners. And is a known situation, and they refuse to divorce. We've had people whose partners have battered them in the past, and they still cling to the relationship, to the marriage. So hypothetically, like she did raise, we are in this just for conversation to enlighten people about possibilities of salvaging situations. We are not saying that one may not divorce, but there are different ideologies to these things.
That is exactly what I'm reeling out. I reel them out. I said, in terms of going to court and seeking a divorce, it is upon a partner convincing the court on why that marriage will not flourish, or why the person is not happy with the marriage, and you convince a court, and then there will be a kind of divorce. But it is not cast on stone about certain things that must be done. But in the Christendom, it is cast on stone on what should be done. Then in the traditional way, it is always the same thing. So what I'm saying in effect is that, like I am here, if you want to ask about my experience, I've been married for well over 26 years.
Wow, awesome.
And there is no Mr. A or Mr. B that I have ever told that my wife did this thing wrong to me. And there's no Mr. A or Mr. B, Mr. C or Z that my wife has ever told my husband did this to me. Check it out. I'm saying it's a confession. And that is why most often when husbands, when partners are quarreling, I refuse to lend voice to that quarrel. I only advise them to go back home and take care of themselves.
Let me put it to you. Does it mean that in these 26 years you've not done something that could warrant
what?
The woman to be disenchanted at some point?
No. It means
that
it means that we are sticking to the tenets of love. What is love? They say love is blind. Is God blind? No.
I do not believe that love is blind.
No. Is God blind? Is God blind? No. It is love is tolerance. Is tolerance. God tolerates our excesses as if He is not looking at them.
Amen.
And that's exactly what, and that's why we continue sinning and doing things, and God seems to be quiet about it, condoning, taking.
God is not quiet. God is actually.
So at the end of the day, I can't say I have not done things that disenchanted my wife, or that she has not done anything to that disenchanted.
It's being intentional.
But it's about our ability to tolerate one another's idiosyncrasies.
Okay. I'm not married, but firstly, I would like to point out something. Before any two persons that decide to get married should understand that they are, going into a union that is ordained by God, and it only takes a man who has, like a preacher said, who has killed himself, killed everything that will make the next person live it, make the next person have questions to ask that should be in marriage. But speaking on the topic, what could be grounds, I think one of the first things that would stand up for me is lying. You might meet someone and then he tells you, no, lying could be anything. Not the I took your money and then you didn't tell me. That's not the kind of lie. The kind of lies that lives depend on. say you tell me, I mean, for very obvious reasons, when you talk about, you know, law and court, one ground that a law can grant you divorce is if your husband lied about his sterility. That's a major ground. That is, I mean, if we're running these necessary tests that, you know, couples are asked to run, then somehow you fabricate yours, giving, you know, a streak, a healthy person streak, and then I find out that you're not as healthy as you think. My brother, you'll be going to your father's house, I'll be going to my mother's house. And then another thing is, you know, abuse. Anybody, male or female, that raises his hand at you or that raises his voice slightly at you, it's a step to some other thing. If you allow the first abuse, it leads to a second abuse. So before it even gets to that, I think in the stages of relationship, there are things one ought to look out for. There are things that you know personally that you cannot condone. So why even go into marriage with the idea that you would change the person? So one thing for me would be you lying. And then let's say you get into marriage and then people start to influence you, want to act like you're a man, and then one day you decide you want to raise your hand. My brother, the only person that has been allowed to raise his hand at me, my parents, and I love them so much because of that. They alone reserve that privilege. You do not get to, you know, yell at me. You do not get to hit me. You do not get to lie to me. The issue of cheating, we will have a conversation. I think for me, cheating is progressive. If the thing about cheating for me is progressive, it starts with a conversation, it starts with a handshake, and if you don't nip it in the bud, it progresses into emotional and, you know, sexual relationships. But when you notice that you're being drawn to someone, I encourage that you discuss it with me, or I'm at a point where I am not communication for me is the height of it all. And if couples don't communicate, the fact that they don't talk, the fact that they're not intertwined both physically, spiritually, emotionally, it creates leeway for a whole lot of things.
And I disagree with you when you say I disagree with you when you say that yelling at you is not. You don't talk about human beings. You don't need to. There are better ways to communicate. Excuse me. Don't you have adrenaline inside of you? I'm asking you.
That you're raising your voice. That you're raising your voice does not mean you're shouting at me. That you're raising your voice.
What does it mean?
Does not mean you're shouting at me.
Adrenaline.
No, I'm asking.
No. See, Mr. Ed, the way we are talking, our voices are raised.
We're out of time.
Our voices are raised, but we're not yelling at each other.
See, we're out of time. This conversation will continue. There are diverse opinions to this, and we'll have this conversation to raise awareness. There are a whole lot of issues embedded in this conversation. So I beg you, in other time, we'll continue the conversation. It doesn't end here. I will air my views as well. There are many dimensions to it. I've told you, I can't divorce on the grounds of a cheating partner. There are reasons that inform that. And we have this conversation to enlighten and enrich the conversation for our wonderful audience. But for now, it's time to go home.
All right, I think it's really because Mr. Rice was looking like he's about to throw me one red eye. All right. That's the much time we're taking this morning. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It's been an amazing day and an amazing week altogether. Till we come your way again same time next week. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a lovely day.
And I'm Good Hope Jukuma. Thank you for watching.
Andres Arum, thank you for the conversation, the insights, deep insights that you bring into this analysis and this conversation. It's always a pleasure having you here.
Thank you for having me, and for you, if you keep watching us on Aneke TV, we'll give you the best.
And I'm Uche Osai saying thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time on Monday. Bye-bye.
Came through flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the bread. on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff link, something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm about it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. It's just what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit, and I drive a wide body. Who you know? But like this, nobody. Can't go slow, I gotta hit that body. I'm the top of the top, I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot, and you not, that's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff link, something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road, gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep going. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing, cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff link, something like a movie. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
are coming, campaign season has started. Now today we are wondering what students think. What are the expectations from the Nigerian student, a typical Nigerian student? What do you expect your presidential candidate or your governorship candidate to do for you and with you? Because as we understand, elections are collective. Government is a collective effort. Now we're starting off at the University of Nigeria Enugu campus to get the opinions of students across all faculties, across all ages, across all sectors.
About the 2027 campaigns, I would say that I expect the candidates to promote youth empowerment, because basically the youth, like, they are the leaders of tomorrow, and the country, like, everything that is going to happen in the future of Nigeria depends on how skilled they are, how the kind of knowledge they have, and all that. And then the small and medium scale enterprises are the drivers of the economy. But in Nigeria, politics, the economy, neglects them, but they're actually the drivers of the economy. So if they do more in those aspects, Nigeria is going to be better. I don't know if NAFDAC is still functioning, but a lot of things are happening. They use so many harmful substances to process food, and it's actually not helping us in any way. Recently, I saw a post of people that have kidney disease in this enugu, and they are like crying for help. Please, I don't know how they do it, but they should enforce people to check all these things. They use paracetamol to process fufu. They use carbide to process fruits, so they will ripen quickly. All those things are harmful to our health. Then I also want to encourage agriculture, because as it stands now, petroleum is the driver of our economy. We no longer engage in agriculture as we used to in the olden days, because then I know we used to have groundnut pyramids in the north, so many things to export, but now it's no longer like that. We import even what we foreigners come and mine our crude and carry it out and process. They refine it and sell it to us that have it. It's not meant to be like that, please. They should encourage exports.
We have establishment of NEL fund, and I think it would be a good thing for 2027 candidates to promote that, and give students opportunities to like collect loans and stuff like that. There's already rumored that they want to remove electricity subsidy completely, which will now just turn the country into chaos, because a lot of things need electricity. The world as we know it is going into is becoming more global. It needs like internet access. So because of that, like there has to be light to charge devices that can be able to help with things. Youths now are going more into content, and obviously you can't do content without places that have light. So that already helps the problem of unemployment. I expect, especially for state police, I think it would be a good thing if state police is implemented in Nigeria and not just headed by FCT, because it's better, like police people, for instance, it's better when they police their states so they can understand the culture, the language is better. State police is one that I think should be really implemented for the country to move forward. There are 19 candidates coming out for the presidential election, and each of them are supposedly supposed to spend at least 190 billion for just their campaigns. I'm not even talking about the money they want to put into the country to make it better. I'm talking about just their campaigns. So when we put together the governmental candidates and presidential candidates, they're expected to spend at least 500 billion on just campaigns, which is very outrageous. And for the fact that they have this amount of money for just campaigns, that's let us know that if they actually do want to make the country better, they can. Job opportunities to youths, and everybody capable. It's not supposed to be given through connections, because people have actually spent so much, even people that are training their own self. So I would not like, if I'm training myself, for instance, I'll go through the entire stress. I'm a law student now, so law is 5 years, law school is 1 year, and you still have to wait after graduation additional 1 year before I now enter law school. So that's 7 years I have to wait. And if I graduate with something like first class, I wouldn't want to not have a job to somebody who's probably second class lower just because he had the connections and I didn't. Another great issue is vote buying. Our candidates are, they're looking for inside men, even people in rural areas. They can just take something they can bring something small like food, they'll share food, just vote for me.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, beautiful people of Nigeria. Good afternoon, Ndenugu. How you guys doing? Today is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. We're going to jolly into the weekend. I still got by the name gift Obodo properly called Shoshu Lawyer, aka red pepper, black pepper, spicy pepper. Today I came with my brown Legalian pepper. I know what to put, pepper in the eyes of some people and to turn and unturn some table in the celebrity world. And you guys know what we do here. We do here premium gists, grooves, the best of best entertainment show live at Aneke TV. My best and first most gist for today is about the rift between Ashmushi and the Big Brother Niger winner Fina. This rift has become a very banterous, rift. So much as we just saw Odumodu Black claiming the almighty TV personality Erifai over his allegedly involving him in an interview over the exclusive matter between him and Black Bones. But before we delve into that one, let's just talk about Fina and Asmushi. Fina said something. He said, "You are evil." Fina calls out Asmushi for allegedly suggesting her removal from a multi-million naira boxing gig she brought to her. She said something. I rather not say anything, but that kind of silence has let, this is Asmushi replying. I rather not say anything, but this kind of silence has let narrative fly far in the past. I don't want to be the space anymore, and so this is the first and last I will say this. Fina, I never asked anyone to drop you, neither did I advocate for your downfall in any way. You approached me and I sincerely wasn't sure. Have been contemplating since then till date, hence my delay conclusion. However, I did mention to them that if I would do it, rather fight with someone else, not just for spite. I have reasons, and I wasn't comfortable fighting you. I asked the organizer if there was, they are going to allow me, give me permission to find another match. I was still unsure and was busy with my trip while at this. However, I understand how your POV, but that wasn't my intention. So this is Fina saying a lot of things about this issue, and she has a very big riff with Fina, Asmushi and Fina. These are big celebrities, giving their way in and out of the rig. I think the last match we saw the likes of Charles Okocha and Portable. After having the match, I think women want to step up their game at this point. It's no longer the men's fight. It's now the men versus men. And then for the women versus the women too. So the man doesn't have the lead, but the women also have their interest. So, but the grift is here. Ashmushi doesn't want to fight Fina. Fina wants to fight. So who would it be? Ashmushi or Fina? So this is a very big one for the industry. But anyway, fight or no fight. I just want to tell you guys that the industry will go on fight without fight. Is nobody's problem. So rapper Odumodu Black's claims journalist Rufai was saying for inviting him to speak about the issue with Black Burns. This thing is, or if I just said, dear Black and Odumodu Black, this is an invitation to you again to have your right to reply to the interview with Black Burns. We encourage you to come say your own side of the story. We will be happy to welcome you. Now, Odumodu, who happens to be the industry machine on X, he said, "It's Odumodu Black, sir. You cannot even spell my name right, and you want to talk to me. I'm so sorry, but you are a terrible journalist, sir. I will go and tell someone else, my boss man." Jesus Christ. Was that for Rufai? Jesus. Oh, sorry. The industry is a very, 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 very big bloody one because that reply did not actually see it coming at all. Like, you know what I mean? This reply is hot. What I mean, hot. I never actually saw this coming, and it's such a hell loose of, you know. Anyway, these two people are big people. Like when two people are fighting, you just don't take the side. You just watch the drama unfold. What are we doing here? It's entertainment, so they have to entertain you guys. If there is not entertainment, what I mean, what are you guys doing here? So they have to entertain us. Whether they hit each other, beat each other, buzzballs or no buzzballs, the entertainment world must blow on. Like I mean, these two, you know, seeing the likes of Orify trying to invite Oduma the Black. And Oduma the Black is not actually having it. For me, some people say it's a sign of pride. I don't know. For me, it's personal choice, because if actually Oduma the Black doesn't want to honor the invitation, he owes nobody an apology. He owes nobody a duty of explanation. It is choice. Like I said, people are saying should we be lucky that someone like Erifai invited him for a show? But oh my God. Please, if you don't want to honor Erifai, please come and honor gift to Bodo. AKA Red Shoshu Pepe. If you don't want to honor Erifai, come. You know, Aneke is always open. Just come and tell us your own side of the story. Like I always say, story is story. Whether it's said on this, all of them now story. As far as it's to go to the public to listen to. Story na story. So if you don't want to tell our big bros up there, please come and tell me. Come and gist me so that I will gist the people of Nigeria what you actually said. Because what do we do here? Gossip, gist, and groove. It's all we do here on the entertainment live on Aneke TV. So so these people, like, the internet is flooded with clash. So I'm gonna actually literally spell them out one after the other, because the clash is getting up. Because somebody was saying Oduma the Black is actually being rude, being sarcastic. This time around, he's trying to make, he's not even a big fish out there. I say, are you trying to say Oduma the Black is not actually a big fish? Who said that? Please sit down. Let me school you on who Oduma the Black is. Oduma the Black has, you know, wrote a lot of songs. His releases are hard on people. Like, I mean, he has won awards for his songs. But so you are saying that he's not a big fish, a global fish, so he should not have a right to talk to FI. Please, you need to sit down there and let me school you on who Oduma the Black is. I call him the machine, the industry machine. Like, do you understand? When they call someone the industry machine, you know, he's a big fish. You need to catch him wherever he is. So, Oduma the Black has just been giving it out. If you come for him, he said, if you actually come for him, he will not spare any table unturned. He will come for you and shoot you 3 times the bullet you gave him. So Oduma the Black is in and out for anybody who actually comes for him. So I'm sorry if you've got offended with what he ever said. It's not like I'm a fan. No. I actually like people having their own express freedom of speech, because it's free. Everybody can actually say his mind. Since this one has said his mind, so him saying his mind is not a crime. He didn't offend anybody. As far as he did not accuse or defame anybody, he has the right and the privilege to say whatever he is. If you get offended, hit the transformer, but don't hit, please, before I let you go shock you. But moving over to my next gist is about the rift between Katefe and Pella. Katefe and Pella. These two people, they always fight. And wait, I'll be like, why the fight? Why the rift? Why they always, you know, these are two big fish in the industry when it comes to streaming. You know, if not for respect, I would have finished your career. My love for my wife increased every day, and after childbirth, it will go to, you know, times 100, and you will cry more. Pella Lambas Katefe. You know, actually, I actually watched a clip where Pella was trying to talk to Katefe, and in this clip, Pella said a lot of things to Katefe. Even went as far as telling him that he doesn't know how to take care of his wife. Just see that his baby, that he actually gave birth to is actually suffering while he has the money, and it's all about in the UK kissing women, puffing smoke with them, doing a lot of things that he will actually suffer a lot. Pella said a lot of things that he should watch him treat his wife and kids well, so that he needs to learn. It's just like your younger brother is actually schooling you, who is and happens to be the elderly one. It is a big school, so if you go to that school, you understand what I'm talking about. So Katefe Pella rift, because we actually saw that Katefe did not even attend Pella's wedding, and that's even a big one. Like that's when I know that there was fire in the mountain. There was something, there was a mole that we need to uncover, and now the public is trying to lay their hands on different facts to know actually what actually caused the rift. Because we have seen Pella in the live stream of Katefe. These people are big fishes when it comes to streaming platform. One is very popular in TikTok, one is very popular in Twitch. So these two are very big when it comes to the industry, when it comes to content creating. But now when there is a big fight between the two fish when it comes to streaming, I don't mean that they are the biggest, but when it comes to streaming in Nigeria, when you call Katefe, you must call Pella. These are two big ones in the industry when it comes to streaming. So when they're having a rift, so who will get the backlash of this rift between these two big fish? I don't know. For me, I feel like these two knows what they are doing, because as they're doing it, they're going live. Yeah, they're actually going live, streaming live. So now we still they pay, subscribe, pay and watch them as they even fight. So it's like I will actually get myself involved in this content creating business, because ooh la 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 la, ooh la la. What I mean, ooh la la, these people are actually enjoying a lot more of privilege. Because we have seen that Pella was saying something that he actually married his wife well. There was a very big comparison. She's noting that Katefe did not actually marry his wife well. I did not say. Pella said that actually that he needs to school and that he has tolerated enough of Katefe's excesses. And at a point, I will be like, okay, excesses. I've just been hearing that word, excesses. So what are the excesses that he has tolerated for a very long time? When I mean very long time, and he made mention of him, throwing tantrums at him any opportunity he gets, trying to make people underrate him, make people look down on him. He was trying to look down on him, trying to insult. That why Pella said he will not relate is when he comes for his wife. So if you come for my wife, I'll come for you full time. Like he's fed. When someone is actually fed up of one particular behavior, he keeps giving it out. He doesn't care who you are, who do you stand to represent. What he knows is that everything in this life happens for a reason. So these two big people are fighting, then who gets the backload? Because Katefe has not just been on national upgrade. Now he's trying to go international after trying to apply for the streamers university. We see the likes of Pella trying to get into, we saw a few weeks ago him trying to convince Kaisent, who is a big streamer, who is also in the streamer university, to convince him to bring him to the US with his wife. We see the Jaffe is actually trying to speak for her husband, trying to convince Kaisen to actually reasons he needs to be on a live stream with her husband. And this particular point, I would just go for a short commercial break. A very short commercial break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love. Stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, Just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to the best entertainment show live of Aneke TV. You can always send in your comments, be part and active viewer of this show live at Aneke TV. You can actually follow us on our socials on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and on X. Every part, just comment, type at Aneke at all the social media platforms. You will see us. Type in your comment, be part and active here. When I mean, we know what we do here, entertainment. Going back to my last gist where we talked about Katefe and Pillars Reef, but now we're moving ahead and further to the next gist, and it's about the 15 beautiful years of love between Mercy Johnson and her husband Prince Okoji celebrate their 15th wedding anniversary in a very beautiful and elegant way. We see the likes of Mercy Johnson, who had made a great impact in Nollywood. She's trying to celebrate her love life and her marriage with her husband. He said, "I keep writing and deleting, but I'm also thankful, Lord. It's my wedding anniversary. Cheers to 15 years of love, laughter, tenancy, partnership, tolerance, trust. The order varies for any given year. Thank you, Lord." At Prince Okoji, love you today and always. He replied and said, "A decade and a half, 15 beautiful years of love, friendship, laughter, growth, cherished memories through every season. We have chosen each other, and I remain grateful to God for the gift of our journey together. Here is to 15 years of love and many more years before ahead. Happy 15th wedding anniversary to us." Oh my God, that's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. Oh my God, this I don't know. This actress, this particular actress we're talking about, we watch her on screen. So they come online to say they have beautiful 15 years together, and this is them celebrating. So happy beautiful 15 years together to the amazing couples. Moving ahead to my next gist is about a Catholic priest. He said a lot of things. He said, if you have a mother, wife, or sister who is not after all this self-acclaimed prophet, you have no idea what God did for you. He said, if you have a mother or auntie, a wife or sister who is not after all these self-acclaimed prophets and their ministries, who could spend their whole day watching, consuming, and believing every damn thing they dish out, you have no idea what God has done for you. If you're a woman, even in Reverend Sister, and you are not jumping from one ministry to another, searching for prophets, you are open enough to know Christ for yourself and the truth of our Christian faith, please receive your flowers. That's so sweet. But anyway, it's not sweet because he's also a priest. So does it say he doesn't do all this fellowship, all this thing? But Catholics, they do. They are charismatic inside Catholics. So I don't know. I'm not trying to criticize anybody of anything or anything. I didn't say anything so that nobody will use anything against me. All I'm just saying is that why are you criticizing them? Everybody has freedom of religion, freedom to worship, freedom of worship. That is one thing you have, a right and a privilege guaranteed under the 99 Constitution of Nigeria. So you have this right guaranteed for you. So you can choose to worship, and anywhere you want to worship is not nobody's as far as it cannot be used to commit fraud, crime, or used against someone else. You are free to worship. Freedom of worship religion is there. It's guaranteed under the constitution, so you have your constitutional right to worship. So but where it becomes a fault is when it is used at the expense of another's, from someone, because there's this saying, the popular legal saying, slogan, where your right stops is where another person's right starts. So don't actually try to infringe on someone else's right. Let's not go to the legal field. But anyway, I'm just trying to say is that him saying that if you have someone, because I feel like those women who actually jump from one church to another, the reason why they are jumping is not because they like it. Everybody is trying is on a way to save himself. I'm not saying that they are doing the right thing, but always try to. I'm going to give it from two different perspectives. Now, I'm going to give it from a serious-minded Christian perspective. Now, the perspective I'm coming from is the fact that people have their different reason from jumping to this. Because if there is no problem, there will not be need for you to jump from one religious house to another. But it's always when there is a problem, because you can't have a problem and not find solution for the problem. It becomes a stagnant mindset where people try to hide away or dodge away from the fact they know they have problem in depth they need to settle, and sometimes you try to live with the fact that you don't have a problem while you have a problem. So most of these Christians have problem. They seek for different religious leader who can actually help them out of that situation. I think that's the main reason why they actually jump from one church to another. Not because it is sweet, because most of this is they spend a lot of transport, offerings, giving a lot of doing in the church. Not because actually I'm not going to preaching, but I'm just trying to tell you everybody's part. But then let's come to the real and another perspective of this thing. Actually, jumping from one church to another, some people actually leave their duties and responsibility at home. And let me give you a very sweet story. It's a very sweet and sad story. A woman who actually, I won't say she's a housewife, but rather she mostly spends her time in the house. She has a work, but her work gives her the liberty to do so many things. So most times it's not a hectic one. He has to do the morning, afternoon, and just go back and do. So most times you see her, whenever you come to the chapel to pray, you always see her kneeling down, lying down. At some point, people will ask her, do you actually live in the parish house? What is wrong? What's the problem? Don't you have her husband or children at home? So actually, she spent most of her time. I think one day she actually left her children. She didn't pick them up from school. So the children was, I think she forgot. She slept up or something like this, the children was wondering. People were just calling her husband. See, we saw your kids on the street, on the road. I think she put her phone on silent because she's actually in a quiet place. That's a chapel. You have to put your phone on silence so that it should not be able to disturb the next person close to you. Actually, so her husband called her. She didn't pick up. And finally, it was during the evening, she woke up, picked up, and she saw a number of hundreds missed call on her phone. She quickly realized, tried to call back some certain people. Her husband did not pick. Out of anger, she had to go and rescue those kids from the street. And when she came back, her husband sent her packing. Sent her packing for the fact that there's always a limit. You should actually draw the curtain between, this is me practicing my Christian faith, or me practicing this particular religion, and this is me doing my duty as a wife, a mother, and as a guidance to some certain group of people. So you don't overstep your boundary trying to balance. You have to find a balance between the two. Nobody says you don't need to go unless you have a husband that have a different religion from the world. And I don't know why people marry people from different religion, because it's quite a very strenuous thing to do, because at some point you guys will have a rift between yourself, because you guys have different beliefs. People have different beliefs. So if you have someone that you got married to that doesn't resonate with your belief, as maybe you're a Christian, the person is a Muslim, is at some point it's going to pose a very big challenge, unless you actually one person has to convert the other to the other religion. That's where a peaceful boundary can be able to set it. If not, there will always be this religious conflict. that will coexist between the two partners. And what are you going to do about it? This is something that you have to resonate with. This is something that you have to talk about with doing courtship. You know, you have to know that, you have to tell your partner, see, I am into this. Are you going to do this with me? Are we going to do this? I think, but even when there is a consensus on who and who to, you know, side with and where to, you know, put their whole shell of blessing. There's one thing I always tell people: you do it, and you have to moderate things. You don't need to fly from one church to another in seeking for salvation. You can actually pray at home, receive Christ, do anything you're doing, receive Christ. It's not a do or die affair for you. You just have to reason. You just have to acknowledge the fact that everything has to be moderated in life. So let's move over to my next gist. It's about Oloyik Akin Alabi. He said, I never see who likes lab tests like my mama. Small thing, even before the doctor can tell her, don't worry, she don't move. Next thing, you see her in a diagnostic center. She don't send me her siblings billings, and I don't remember. I won't say a great grandma, but we call her great grandma because she's old, quite, you know. She's always looking for her own is that she's always looking for drugs. You tell her that she's doing this, how your body is changing, she will just say, Mom, buy drugs for me. She at the point we started like, oh my God, she can't, you know, she's not even actually, you're just telling her, oh, you look pale. She was always telling you, go tame or go mom. At the point I say, bees, and you know, there's some people that likes medicine, be yourself. I don't, you know, some people likes taking drugs, going to, but one thing is sure, yeah, we need to keep our health in check, because when you have a healthy health and you are fit, you'll be able to do a lot of things. You'll be able to achieve a lot of things. One thing is know your health status. You know, some people die because they are not able to ascertain their health status. And when there's an escalation of a particular disease, you know, infection or any kinds of inflammatory in the body, the person begins to drink a lot of drugs, go for one hospital to another. It will cost a lot, but before it escalates to a certain point that you need to tender and look after your body, because health is wealth. Have you ever heard about it? Health is wealth. When you are healthy, you will be able to make some cool cash. You know, we're heading towards the weekend. You need some cool cash to enjoy the weekend with us. We know that and you guys understand that weekend has a lot of vibes. So what happens when you are not healthy to do a lot of things during the weekend? Please, wherever you cannot enjoy your meat, chicken, food, call me. I'll be right there, because I'm replacing Commissioner of Enjoyment today on this show. Anyway, guys, I'm moving over to my next gist, and it's about the online personality Tunde Perry. He calls on Nigerian celebrities to help the Pokoli, and he said, "You musician, top influencer, you should speak up for Pokoli. We know he doesn't smoke or drink." Tunde Perry calls on Nigerian celebrities. Yeah, I think this is where unity plays a very big like a very big role now, because let's take for instance somebody like him doesn't, but see, that you don't smoke, that you don't drink, doesn't is exonerate you from the fact, or allegedly from the charges of rape. Because some many people, you mustn't smoke or drink before you rape someone. I'm not saying he actually did it. No, don't get me wrong. I didn't say he actually actually raped the lady or not. But what I'm just trying to say is, we just have to be sure. Someone say apparently this lady linked to Pokoli arrest in London over a rape case. According to the report, the two met after a show while Pokoli was intoxicated. It was claimed that they agreed on payment about $50,000. The following day, she reportedly asked for the money, but Pokoli was confused and appeared not to remember what happened. The situation reportedly escalated at the hotel, with security setting involved after Pokoli refused to pay. Then she called the police, who treated the matter as rape allegation rather than a payment dispute. Hotel staff told the police they have seen Pokoli being pulled by the hand in a forceful manner, which reportedly contributed to his arrest. This is what I'm talking about. Somebody said he was intoxicated, but somebody just said this actors somebody like Tunde Perry said he doesn't take drugs or smoke. He doesn't drink or smoke. So now somebody is trying to say, Pretty XO is trying to say that he was intoxicated. Like, I don't understand. Maybe he fed himself or another person fed him. But for someone that doesn't take alcohol, why would he be in such a state if he is? So who is actually lying? The media, the people who allegedly were raped, or the people who knows Pokoli before the arrest? Who actually is real? Who actually is saying the truth in this matter? They'll leave it in the hands of the justice system to actually agree and say and decipher who actually is wrong and right in this case. But I wish anybody, innocent folk in these two parties, good luck, and I wish them best of luck. So before we delve into our next conversation, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back to the best of best entertainment show live at Aneke TV. Back to what we were saying earlier about the arrest of the almighty Pokoli and people who allegedly say that he was intoxicated. Some people say he doesn't smoke or drink. Who would we actually believe? Well, we leave it to the hands of the Almighty God. Some people would say we leave it to the hands of Allah. So we leave it to the hands of the Creator of heaven and earth to hand and judge the case. At this point, I'm not the judge of the case. I'm just a viewer, a listener, and a follower, and a fan. Okay, let's move over to my next gist, and it brings us to somebody, a very big Lego actor, a very big influential person in the Lego field, has said something. And I'm talking about Femi Falane, who actually say Ford's very dark man invitation to speak at NBA conference. He said bringing someone from nowhere to come and entertain you is a very big problem. Bringing someone to come and entertain you guys is a very big problem. It's a very, very big problem. You know, we saw very dark man attend the conference, which was, you know, recently conducted in PHCT, Port Harcourt, where he actually spoke about the insecurity in Nigeria, where he actually accused so many people of being responsible. He made accusing fingers at the military and so many other people, but it's not my issue to say. But very dark man, some people are praising him. You are very fearless, you have the audacity, you have the courage, you have this, you have that, you have that. So, and you know, Femi Falane has come to fault the arrangement to bring him. He said bringing someone from nowhere to come and entertain you is a very big problem. From what to be. So maybe we are just saying, why would they bring Brad Darkman? Is he a lawyer? What impact will he say? I think these people actually brought him to chase clouds and to say a lot of things, to just get recognition. That's the only way that the NBA will get relevant. Blah 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 blah. Nigerians will attack. But I mean, we know Nigerians and they are talking, and you know everybody has different opinion on what to say and what not to say. But I think for me, in my personal opinion, he actually said something that actually thrilled me in this conversation I'm going to talk about. He also, said there are key issues that Nigerians are neglecting. He said, yeah, there are key issues Nigeria are neglecting, and that's the cause of their problem. And if they could get it right, be mindful of my statement. He said, if they could get it right, everything will fall back to places. It is not my idea. So if you want to listen and, hear about the conversation very well, just go on the internet. You have an internet in your house. Google and, continue listening. I just informed you guys of what he said. And the triggering things are very vital. When you just watch, you understand why and the reason why they have to bring him and the reason why they do not have to bring him. Like I always say, there's always a positive side, there's always a negative side to every story. So some people are saying that he is of no value to that stage, that they don't need to bring a content. They call him a content creator. And some people said, yeah, in as much as Very Dark Man is a content creator, he actually is someone that has seen the security situation of Nigeria and could propel some advice. When I mean advice to some people. So when you see Very Dark Man speak a lot of times, there's something I want to pinpoint to you that is about clarity. He always speaks from his heart. When you see someone that speaks from his heart, talk most times, you understand that his audacity has to be studied. But we should not delve into that whole story. But if you want to know about that story, go on the internet, click on it, and watch the full gist. Moving over to my next gist is about Chike, the singer Chike. He said a lot of things, and he surprised his brother Simaka with a new Mercedes-Benz SUV for his birthday. That's a massive one from the singer Chike. After throwing some shade to some people online, actually went ahead to surprise some people, and his brother is one of them. And Chike is a big fish in the industry. And we have seen the likes of Pastor Jerry sharing SUVs to Pastor Nat, and now Chike is sharing SUVs. They're like, it's SUV season, baby! It's a clock it. Hey, who's gonna send me my own SUV? Hey, it's like it's SUV season, Mercedes-Benz season. So I think they have been sharing that. We see so many people. You see some husband and wife gifting their husband SUVs. We see some wives giving their odogu some special treatment. So who's gonna give me some special treatment of some, when I mean good SUV? Okay, we see the likes of Chike doing something massive for his brother. When he speaks, let's move over to my scene. But I always say clock it, keep clocking it, wherever you are, clock it. And let's see the rift between Big Brother Niger Star Cross and Benita after he asked if she like a fight of Fina in a boxing match. Cross Okonkwo, who is popularly known as Cross Daboski, he said, Benita Bokofe, would you like a fight between unusual Fina, two strong women? I would definitely pay anything to watch this mad boxing ring. And she said, if you suddenly have an appetite to see a woman punch, please send your wife into the boxing ring. Oh my God! That was harsh. And she said, Lord, we are not strangers, so I they play with you. Hey, for eye for an eye. If you give it to me, I will give you hot and crazy. What I mean? So Cross Okongwo, who is known as Cross Daboski, Benita Akpofo actually gave him hot. When I mean hot. So if you actually need two women that will punch themselves, you have appetite to see them, why not put your wife in the ring? Imagine Cross allowing his beautiful newly wedded princess into the box. Now so they go punch her face. But we saw the likes of Portable and the likes of Charles Okonkwo in the rings. So we would like to see. They say what a woman, what a man can do, a woman can do it more better. Women do now one see. Charles and Portable don't do now. Whatever Portable don't do, women on have if you know unusual, who is your opponent? Let them punch you. Una punch finish. We'll still get entertained. What we do here is entertainment. We'll still gist it out. I will still gist it out with my viewer out there who know what it means to punch you in our face, your beautiful face. After the long dragging of people's face, the BBL, the body shift, the nose shift, the face draw, and all these things, when I punch you in ourselves. Women, what do women want? Imagine somebody like Fina who actually did some cosmetic change in her face, her body, her boobs, and everything, and you are into the boxing ring. If not me, now that place, I'm gonna punch you. But let's not go there. Let's see the likes of Reactor. Actually, Reactor has a sister who is known as DJ Salt. She said, "I can't date a man I am richer than because I will control him." Reactor's sister DJ Salt said that. The two sisters, what a hot body can do. What a hot body can do. These two sisters, now them know what they have. There's this trending song of Ariasta. Will you be my heaven, baby? Oh, Jesus, my voice. Please. I need a heaven baby, but anyway, not like Bele baby, but I mean like, Odogu, like DJ Salt said, she can date someone she's actually richer than. Yeah, because I will control him. Odogu rest. What a man can do, a woman can do it better. Now so, give it to them. If you want, her name is DJ Salt. She should act salt in the eyes of some men, so that they will cry. Clack it. If you don't want to cry, don't marry Odogu. Marry someone that is below you. Don't go eye for. Marry this one. So if you reach your time, don't go eye for this one. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Because men will say, I can't marry this, I can't marry that. Women is also, we can't marry this, we can't marry that. It's a two-way round. So if you can't marry that, marry that. You got me? If you can't marry this one. So let me not go further. What I mean, let me not go further. Rapper Eriga is saying posting everything you do on social media is a waste of time. Nobody really gives a shit. So yeah, actually there are things that like I always say, there are things you don't need to bring to the social media, like your family, your privacy. I can see some couples these days bring out their marriage online to the point that they post each other dating, and sometimes they just cut off here, and they post it. So is that necessary? There's some levels to content creating. I don't know, some exposure. What do you want your born children or your born children to see? Is it that they have to see their parents naked and in the internet just to the fact that you want to make money? Well, make this money, but what's the end point when you, after making the money, your self-respect, your self-dignity, there's some people, some people don't know. You see all these brands, some people are brand ambassadors. Most times, check these brand ambassadors. Before people would choose you as a brand ambassador, they will check your profile. If you have a very dirty profile, some good brands will not like to use you as their brand influencer, because one, there are things that will bring negative impact to their brand. They will try as much as possible to exonerate you from being a clique or a party to their brand. Like I say, everything the internet doesn't forget. If you want, dance naked from today to tomorrow. The internet is one thing I know for sure that doesn't forget. But I know, like rapper Eriga said, I don't know who needs to hear this, but I told someone this recently. Posting everything you do on social media is a waste of time. Your life isn't exciting, neither is mine. We post the trees, cars, dinners, who we are with, because our ego wants people to think we are important. Meanwhile, everyone else is busy living their own life. Nobody really gives you, doesn't care what your vacation you are on, what you drive, what you are with, or once you realize that social media gets a lot less exhausting. Yeah, it's true. Because this is one lesson I have to tell people is that most of these celebrities that get nabbed by this agency, law enforcement agency, one, because you post that lifestyle, you make people aware that you are, yes, in as much as nobody cares about what you do online, but one thing is that you attract the wrong audience for some certain things, for certain reasons. When it's not like you don't live as a celebrity, but limit things you post. Like, some people, some of these men that splash money online, post about their money, million naira this, million naira that, and soon enough EFCC will come nabbing for them, coming for them. When you are doing something here like that, you're posting it, you're trying to oppress who you want to oppress, and when they start oppressing you, will start asking them, hey, please help me, justice for, I will not say justice for anybody. I won't fight for you. So if you are going to do justice for this, justice for that, be sure that you have a legal backup, SANS, lawyers, and bunch of them that will actually back you up. Now after posting, after oppressing and putting pepper in my eyes, you tell me I should do justice. Nothing. There's not justice for anybody. So whatever you're doing on this planet Earth, know that another eye might be watching you in a negative or positive direction, depending on whose heart you are actually trying to drive up. So this social media thing is good though, because we can actually learn and unlearn a lot of things. But the introduction of social media into the entertainment space has a lot of damages and good side. But let's talk about the damages. It is very exhausting to a certain point that you see people, young people today, recently we see the leaks. You see this person's nude was leaked, this thing was, private pictures were leaked, this was leaked. These are not things that you need or usually need to see in the internet space. These are things that shouldn't go out there, but these days people are not afraid to let it out to the internet space. I don't see a reason why someone will record himself knowing fully well that anything can happen. That phone might be stolen, someone might just get access to it, someone might just hack something into your system and get those pictures, and someone, you just might make a mistake and one day just click it and send it without knowing. So why do it in the first place? Now, one thing about people uploading their lifestyle, you are trying to oppress this. Some people, you might be poor and actually giving out rich kind of lifestyle, when maybe when you need the help, people might not, because they say you overdid it. Not like you are using it for societal benefits. You are just using it to put pepper in the eyes of some people. Likewise, so many people. But anyway, these are gist and talks for another day. Let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. Say no way. Don't go anywhere. Right back. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome to the best of best entertainment show. And you know what we do here, these grooves. And back to what I was saying before I went on a short break. It's about what the rapper Erica said about social media. No, nobody cares on what you post and don't post on the social media. Even if you don't post from today to tomorrow, the social media space lives on. And I'm moving over to my next gist. It's about what singer Techno said. He said Fela is not the only father of Afrobeat. There are other legends like Oliver the Coke, where Fela gets the credit because he traveled around the world. Okay, let me say something. He said Fela is not the only father of Afrobeat. There are other legends like Oliver the Kokwe. Fela gets the credit because he traveled around the world. Singer Techno said so. It's not me that said, oh, Techno said, but will I say so? Fela is a big fish, a big figure, known globally. See, one thing, if you want to become the global fish, you just not be only national fish. You have to be a global voice. Just not be like within the terrestrial reach out. You have to be global. People have to know you. People have to be, so Fela is just that big name that was known all over the world. It's not something that we just have to debate about. Fela is big and he's big. What I mean, the Kuti family is big and they will forever be big. He made an influence and passed it over to his kids. Even after his death, his name is still, his legacy is still on. People reverence him. People even go to the point of going to his gravesite to, make some prayers and say some certain things. Fela is a big fish. Because one thing about a big legend is that you have to pass down the legacy. You just don't have to leave it alone and just, die with it. No, he didn't just die with it. He actually made them practice, sang something. I'm not contemplating the fact that Oliver the Quote where these people did not do something. They did actually, but when it comes to debate, if Fela is the biggest and big fish of Afrobeat, Fela is a big fish. What I mean, a very big, fantastic fish that needs to be dissected. So let's move over to the next gist. And he said the 19-year-old Ghanaian artist Black Sherif says Tems is his celebrity crush and he will do anything to be with her, even for just one date. What I mean, just one date. According to the Black Sherif, Tems is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen, and he can probably say that she's the most beautiful woman from Africa. A beautiful woman like her deserves him because he's the most handsome African man to ever walk the earth. Tems is 31 years, Black Sherif is 19. They are both virgins. Jesus wept. Oga, go for your age mate. What's all this? What's all these small boys feeling like? Yeah, I'm coming for Tems. If Nigeria will march on you, you're not even going for Ariasta, but it's Tems. Anyway, Tems, Ariasta, these are big fish. These are big fish. When I mean big fish in the industry. I'm moving over to my next gist. Is about Ariasta. She set officially to become the first Afrobeat artist to headline the NFL halftime show. She will be handling the halftime show during the 2026 NFL London game on Sunday, October 11th at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. With the way Ariasta is moving, she might just become the first African artist to headline the Super Bowl halftime show soon. She's signing the Rock Nation is really I'm gonna make her a global star. Congratulations to the only star girl. This is a big move. You will be my heaven, baby. So let's move over to my last gist for today. It's about Wizkid, who actually said, I can never endorse any presidential candidate in Nigeria. Vote who you believe will bring change. Wizkid, every time there is any political atmosphere thing that has to do with choosing a leader in Nigeria, I always distance myself from it. I will try my best not to influence people's votes and let them choose independently. I don't even associate myself with any politician. I don't even know any of these people running for election. Endorsing them means putting my own integrity on the line. Most of these people always change and show their true self when they get into power. When they refuse to bring change, the people will turn the frustration on me if I endorse them. I don't want anybody to say Wizkid collected money, deceived us. Wizkid, the truth be told, whoever you believe is the best leader has your interest at hand. You don't need Wizkid or any public figure to choose for you. And then moving over to the last gist for today, it's about it's about the billionaire Wizkid. He said billionaire Wizkid gifted a bag full of thousands of dollars. Wizkid handed it over to his bodyguard Roy. We started checking how much was inside. When Roy, the bodyguard, went home and opened the bag and realized that it contained over 100k cash, he was shocked. So he went and told Whiskey, thinking Whiskey did not realize how much was inside the bag. But Whiskey told him to take the money and go start a better life because he can't be a bodyguard forever. Oh, that's so sweet. And that was how Roy moved to the US, and today he's doing absolutely well. The crazy thing is that Whiskey never posted on social media for clout. He will only find out that because Roy told someone how he was able to move to the US. Big Wiz does a lot of charity with, but never brings it online on social media for validation. And that is all I have for you today on the best of best. The best of best entertainment show live on Aneke TV. I go by the name Gift Obogdo, probably called Shushu Lawyer, aka Red Pepe. At this point, I'm going to try the curtain calls for today's show. And you know what we do this? We do this every day, every time by 12 p.m. every day, to bring you the best of best entertainment show. Don't miss it. And during your weekend time, just stay safe, play safe, be okay, don't drink and drive. Always try as much as to protect your mental health, because your mental health is your well-being. Wherever you are, stay blessed, stay well. I love you. Mwah. Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Across Nigeria, a powerful migration wave is reshaping the nation's economic and social landscape, popularly known as Japa. The term captures the growing number of young professionals and skilled workers living in search of stability, opportunity, and systems that function. But beyond the emotional stories lies a deeper economic reality, one that demands urgent and practical solutions.
We love you. Bye-bye.
One of the most visible impacts is the loss of skilled labor. Nigeria invests heavily in training doctors, nurses, lecturers, engineers, and technology professionals. Yet, many of them are building their careers abroad, drawn by better pay, safer working environments, and clearer professional pathways. Hospitals become overstretched. Universities lose experienced lecturers. Industries struggle to find qualified hands. Productivity declines, and long-term development slows as the country loses both talent and the economic value they would have created. Migration also places pressure on the broader economy. Relocation expenses from tuition and visa fees to travel costs increase demand for foreign exchange, adding strain to the naira. A weaker currency raises the cost of imports, fuels inflation, and worsens the cost of living crisis. More Nigerians begin to consider leaving, creating a difficult cycle. Yet, the story is not one-sided. The Nigerian diaspora provides a vital economic cushion. Billions of dollars in remittances flow into the country each year, helping families pay for school fees, healthcare, housing, and daily needs. These inflows support household survival and contribute to foreign exchange earnings. But remittances cannot replace strong institutions, public infrastructure, or large-scale job creation. They help families cope, but they do not solve the structural challenges driving migration. The drivers of JAPA are rooted in everyday realities. High unemployment and underemployment limit opportunities for young people to use their skills. Wages often fail to keep pace with rising costs of living. Infrastructural gaps, especially unreliable electricity, increase the cost of doing business and discourage investment. Insecurity and policy inconsistency further weaken confidence in building long-term futures at home. Reversing the trend begins with practical reforms that make staying in Nigeria a viable and attractive choice. Improving power supply, transport networks, and digital infrastructure can reduce business costs and unlock growth. When businesses thrive, they create jobs, expand industries, and provide opportunities for skilled professionals. Strategic investment in high-impact sectors is equally critical. Strengthening healthcare, modernizing education, supporting technology innovation, and boosting manufacturing can create meaningful career pathways. These sectors not only absorb skilled labor, but also drive productivity and economic diversification. Retention strategies in essential services must also improve. Competitive pay, safer work environments, modern equipment, and clear professional development pathways can help reduce the outflow of healthcare workers and academics. Support for research, training, and career progression strengthens institutions and gives professionals reasons to stay. Entrepreneurship offers another path forward: better access to finance, fewer regulatory bottlenecks, and stronger support for small businesses can empower young Nigerians to build at home. A vibrant startup ecosystem turns job seekers into job creators and keeps innovation within the country. The diaspora can also become a strategic partner in development. Beyond remittances, Nigerians abroad bring skills, networks, and investment capital. Structured programs that encourage mentorship, knowledge transfer, and diaspora investment can transform brain drain into brain circulation when talent flows out and back in, strengthening both sides. At the center of all solution is trust, transparent governance, consistent policies, and visible improvements in public services rebuild confidence in national institutions. When people see progress in infrastructure, security, and economic management, the incentive to build a future at home grows stronger. Migration will always be part of a globalized world. The goal is not to stop movement, but to ensure it becomes a matter of choice, not necessity. By creating opportunities at home, valuing talent, and engaging citizens abroad as partners, Nigeria can turn the challenge of JAPA into a pathway for renewal, resilience, and inclusive growth.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Every heart has a story.
Behind every smile, there may be silent pain.
Behind every success, a battle no one ever saw.
Behind every scar, a journey of hope, faith, forgiveness, and resilience.
This is where real people tell real stories.
Stories of love, stories of betrayal, stories of loss, stories of redemption.
No scripts, no filters, just honest conversations that inspire, challenge, and remind us what it truly means to be human. Join Adena St. Rachel as she goes beyond the headlines and beyond appearances to uncover the moments that shape lives forever.
Because sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones that have never been told. Welcome to Hearts and Souls, where silence is broken.
Hearts and Souls, only on Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable.
You're welcome to our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. We are bringing you insight on various topics that are making waves in Nigeria. We also bring you topics from the international scene where we call in very erudite discussants who lend voice on these topics and try to analyze and give an insight, a comprehensive insight on the topics so chosen in our program. And today we are going to discuss about the topic ICPC in another fake agency investigation. We are quite aware that the ICPC was ordered to investigate the fake agency of Presidential Foreign Investment Intervention Promotion Council, where Ademi Matthew was in charge. The agency was said to be fake, not existing formally or legally, officially. And that agency led to the various other discoveries. And one of those most recent discovery is the agency that has been given the National Brands Development and Made in Nigeria Special Project, which also is an office that is domiciled in the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. And according to the coordinator or the chief executive, he says the agency has been there for 16 years. And consequently, that is not fake, brandishing an appointment letter, just like Ademi brandished in his own case. Though the issue of Adeni has not been resolved, it is still, even investigation is still going on, while the police is about going into prosecution of Ademi. And a lot of things, a lot of backlash, a lot of statements for and against has cropped up as a result, where from some section of the Nigerian society, they say that how can the presidency claim that these agencies are fake if it is a presidency that is worthwhile, that knows its onion and knows how it can protect itself, especially in the goings on in Nigeria and governance as well. But some persons who are working in the ministries succumbed to the whims and caprices of Ademi, giving him room to operate, room to have an office at the National Secretariat, room to hold meetings, inter-ministerial, where he goes to invite Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of this, for their own activity. And of course, representing Nigeria in a show in Canada, and that's a conference in Canada. So one now begins to wonder how fake it is being. After all, the agency managing director was also hobnobbing. I was even given an award. It was hobnobbing with National Assembly, with EFCC, and of course the ICPC, all of them, they do know. Yet they couldn't find out whether the agency is real or not. Until most recently, when the chief of staff to the Tinubu administration now wrote a petition to the police. And secondly, within the period of investigation as directed by Mr. President, they found out another fake agency, and that is the National Brand Development and Made in Nigeria Special Project. This project, also headed by Wabweze George Buchi, also claimed they were not fake, that they have been in existence for at least 16 years. And they couldn't be called fake, and brandished, of course, another appointment, just like his other accomplice, or not co-accomplice, the other accomplice brandished that he was given an appointment letter. Although this other one came from the office of the Secretary to the government, while that of Ademi came from the office of the Chief of Staff, according to Ademi. That is Ademi's claim. So today, we are going to discuss on why these fake agencies now, why have they not been seen all along? Why have they not been discovered? Are we in a nation where there is complacency on the part of people vested with the responsibility of our governance? Or that these people are colluding with fake persons to establish agencies that, in quotes, said to be fake. Possibly the agencies, the people that collude with them, who are civil servants, are also partaking in the largesse that are coming on from these agencies. So some of these things are what we want our guests on this program today to lend voice on, or lend voice to. And the guest here is a seasoned journalist and public affairs commentator of repute, comrade, because he's a journalist. We address ourselves as comrade. Whatever title you do have, permit me to just limit myself to the title comrade. Comrade is a popular face on this program because this is not the first time he's talking on this program. Damian Durihoma, you're welcome to the studio.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
See, I talked about fake agencies. And today, Nigerian government, the Tinubu administration, are grappling with identification of fake agencies. And there are a whole lot of questions, or myriad of questions, from the public that are coming to the government on their own, and to the anti-graft agencies, and to the security agencies for not identifying on time who is fake and who is real. And I ask, before we go into who was responsible and who was not, I ask, does it mean that in Nigeria there are no mechanisms for proper verification of those who are working in government, even as part of the government, or as collaborators with the government, or whatever relationship they share with the government? Does it mean there are no very, specified ways to verify? Because when these agencies go to the offices, other ministries and parastatals, they have their way through. Because if there are, of course, defined way to identify who is real and who is not, they may not. Are we saying that we do not have? If we do not have, or if we have, is it as a result of complacency on the part of people vested with the responsibility of organizing and working in the administration?
Okay, thank you once again for having me on this show once again. The issue of fake agencies within the presidency or at that level of federal government, I think I will have to excuse our security agencies because it's not as a result of complacency. These people, they do well. Whenever they want to fish out anything, they will do. But in my own opinion, I think why these things are happening so much so the way we are looking at them, the way we are seeing them, is because of the individuals at the helm of the affairs. And this in the areas where these agencies are coming from. First, the chief of staff to the president. Second, the AGF. Now, what I mean by that is this. In our Igbo parlance, okay, we say, so if somebody who just throws away something intentionally, or let me use another, Jonathan once said that he cannot easily wake up somebody who is not sleeping. Now, what do I mean by this? This is because somebody who is at the helm, somebody who is supposed to be in charge of some an office or a place, trying to fish out fake or any other, and the person is behind the whole thing. My brother, that kind of, they cannot fish out anything, because if he hide away something and begin to find it with people, you are the one who can easily find it. But if you intentionally do that, it's not easy to be found. So what I'm trying to say is that these things, look at that of Adeyemi and the ministry, the foreign agency, this and that, intervention, foreign agency intervention, and all of that. Why I think the guy has not been, nobody has been arrested up till now? It's because people who are in charge, who are top individuals at the presidency there, they are the people who knew what happened. And they are the ones who can easily say this person is fake or this person is not fake. And when they come out to say this person is fake, and without trying to provide accomplices, you know, you cannot look farther than where the whole thing is breaking from. So that's the way I look at it, because I don't believe that these individuals are fake. That's the truth of the matter.
Okay, you don't believe they are fake?
They don't. But I think something must have gone wrong somewhere that made some of them to begin to distance themselves from them in order to punish the individuals involved. That's where I'm looking at it. So
I don't believe that these individuals who are now being accused of being fake are fake. I so submitted Damian Durihoma, our guest.
The truth of the matter, we know how to rubbish people, especially when people become non-conformists. You know, we try to pull the rug off their feet. This is what it is.
You said you don't believe they are fake.
Yes.
But don't you think that when situations like this arise, it is upon such individual to actually make a defense for himself? If such individual owns up, then such individual would be seen or would have become an scapegoat to carry that responsibility alone, because there must be a clique. There must be other accomplices alongside. Even if it is fake, and there are insider persons who wants to put an illegitimate organization into legitimacy, you know, there is no way the person who is the arrowhead will not explain how it all happened. So are we saying that those people are now ready to shoulder all the responsibility of being responsible for the organization, especially in the Nigerian Made in Nigeria agency, where it is said to have existed for 16 years, because the other one has only existed for a year. And so this one for 16 years. During the Buhari administration, they were there. So
you see, when I say I don't believe that these individuals are fake, if they are really fake, I think by now, because these people cannot just on their own begin to operate, then why all the appurtenances of offices will be accorded to them officially? All those people who did those things, who gave them passes, there must be at a particular point where you can say this person compromised, and you get hold of that person. And that if that person who compromised could not be got hold of, I think that's why I'm saying that I don't believe, even if it is possible that they may have been created without the knowledge of Mr. President. These agencies, for Nigeria the way we are, they may have been created without the knowledge of Mr. President, and something happened along the line. Then the rug had to be pulled off the feet of the individuals involved, because maybe they became non-conformists, as I said earlier. So with that, anything can happen. So I think if government wants to make us believe that these people are truly fake, the individuals, so the individuals involved, I mean the two individuals, now Buchi, George Nwabeze, and Adeyemi Matthew, these individuals should not face the consequences alone. So there are people who are close to the presidency there, who I think masterminded these things. Now use these people as pawns. Those people are the people. Yes.
So they'll be used as pawns in the chessboard.
So these are the people that should be dealt with Because if, as we are looking at it, I don't know how the investigation came about by ICPC, but if somebody is telling you that this agency has stayed, has been there for 16 years, and now you still call it fake, I don't understand what that means.
Because the agency has even lived the present
administration. 2 or 3 administrations. Jonathan administration, by 16 years, that's 2010. Jonathan administration, Buhari administration, and current administration. So there must be something we are not aware of. There must be something they are not telling us that made them call this agency fake. And that of me too, whatever. The way I'm looking at it also is being used from, although from my own reckoning, I think it's an issue of someone disobeying somebody or trying to go out of line and now being punished for trying to disobey certain things.
Okay, yes, trying to disobey certain things. That is in the case of Ademi. Yes. But in the case of the National Brand Development Office, for instance,
yes,
Wabe's Judge Buchi, as the case may be, the investigation came about while ICPC was investigating the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. Then they now come across another body which has to do with the National Brands Development. That is the Nigerian National Brands Development and Made in Nigeria Special Projects Office. And they have coordinators in all the states of Nigeria. And as at this December, they are built to hold a fair, a Made in Nigeria fair in Anambra State, you know, in collaboration with the state government of Anambra. And they have a coordinator there. And the coordinator came out that they were bamboozled. The coordinator denied knowledge of whether it is fake or not, except that if it is fake, then they were bamboozled into believing that the agency is coming from the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. And she tried to wash off her hands and give her own statements the way it is. But just like you do not believe, so many other people believe. But those who are given the authority to do these investigations, who tend to look into how the organization came to be, even in terms of documentation, whether the organization was properly documented or not documented, because that is upon which, or the grounds upon which you now talk about whether fake or otherwise. So, do you think it is a matter of documentation that were not properly done, or matter of documentation that was not properly handed over? You know, it has been there since all these years. So probably the people who are running it or who have been there, because before Wabeze came into being, there must have been somebody who was there. We have not heard anybody come in and say, I was the coordinator or the MD or the managing director or whatever nomenclature the head of the organization is. Nobody has come out to say, I was then, and we worked with so and so president, and so whoever that is saying it's fake should not say it to my face. Look at my own. I was also given an appointment letter to head it. I have not heard that. That is exactly why the skepticism. So maybe there were lapses in terms of documentation, whether the documents were properly handed over to the present administration, or that the documents have gotten drowned, or the pythons that sometimes creep into government houses have swallowed all of them. So, so that is exactly why I ask, how could anybody now not give substantial reasons for its genuineness. And of course, we have also been given substantial reasons why the second one is fake. So which one should we believe?
Well, this is more reason why the security agencies should do their due diligence before coming out to the public to tell us something is fake or not fake. These things, or if maybe they have done underground checks to find out that there was nothing like that. It is their word against, it is Butchie's words against the investigators' words. So I want to use the opportunity to also urge them to go back and carry out more investigation into this. Look at what the one bezel of a man is saying. Look at the veracity of what he's saying. If this agency could have offices across the 36 states of the Federation, including FCT, and have people there as state coordinators, well, I think it's left for them. It is left for the agency to also determine who appointed these people, because the agency is supposed to have a board or whatever that helps in this appointment and employment of certain cadre of people. So they have to show us some seriousness in the way they are carrying out the investigation, so that we will believe them more, because there are confusions as to where concerning what the Nwabeze is saying and the issues they have laid out here. First, nobody has come out and to say that he once chaired or headed this agency, and therefore debunking the fact that this agency is fake. Nobody has said that this I have worked in this agency in the past 10 years, and this is still where I'm working. So these are the issues. When you put them side by side, you begin to see that this who is lying and who is saying the truth and who is not saying the truth. So that's why I look at it, you know.
Okay, initially, okay, but I will come back. Okay. Let's pause for a break. By the time we are done with this break, we'll come back and continue with our discourse. Our topic still remains ICPC and in another fake agency investigation. I'm still your anchor, Rex Aruba, and our guest is still Damian Durihoma. Hold on, don't go away. We shall come back to you.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back to our program. We're still on Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And our program Arena, where we dissect topics of interest in the national polity and of interest in the international scene. And I have Damian Durihoma, comrade, as my guest on this program today. We were discussing about who is saying the truth and who is saying it is the word of the ICPC investigators against the word of Mwabeze Buchi, and I want to ask you, you initially said, Damian, that you do not blame, you do not want to heap blame on the security agencies. And I want to ask, profiling is one of the major position, major responsibility of the security agencies. For instance, the office of the National Security Advisor is supposed to know all these agencies, organizations, and MDAs, and who hates them the moment they assume office. But we find out that this Office of National Security Advisor, the Department of State Service, the SS, and some other security agencies that are supposed to be in the know that these organizations exist and who are at the helm of the affairs, and do a profiling on these organizations and who are there and what they are doing. And so they have not done that. If they have, they probably would have known this before now, whether these organizations are fake. They probably. So we're now asking whether they did the profiling and decided to talk in the profiling because of certain interventions from those seated at the top echelon of governance, or that they were, I said, complacent, not minding what is happening in government. Instead, does it mean that if it was about maybe an undercover that is buried in the office of the secretary to the government of the federation, or an undercover buried at the secretariat for the presidential foreign intervention promotion council, does it mean that these people will operate freely without the security agencies vested with the responsibility of knowing such activities are going on? Does it mean that if they do even want to maybe kill Mr. President, that they would have finished that without anybody spotting these things? That's why when you said, yeah, I don't tend to agree with you about giving the security agencies a clean bill on this issue.
Yeah, why I said what I said earlier is because the way I know the way the DSS do their job, irrespective of what you are, who you are, they must put some things down, at least for the fact of it, and keep it. If they want to help you, if they want to join you and do your own things, they will equally be doing it and do that also. But meanwhile, this sacred note or information remains where it is. Why I say what I said is this: when somebody who is in charge of this whole thing, there is the way Nigeria behaves. When somebody is calling the shot, everybody tends to believe him, except when if Mr. President wakes up now and sacks either the chief of staff or SGF, he'll be surprised the kind of information that will be coming out from these agencies I'm talking about. That's why I don't want to. You cannot blame them because they cannot easily say anything without being prompted to say. They have whatever they have. That's why if these agencies were fake, they will be fake to the point that that the people at the helm who are supposed to, who should be the at least not the president that would have that created them, at least people who should have been aware that these agencies are there, like chief of staff, SGF, at least I'm sure they may be aware. They may be aware that these agencies are in existence, or their top heads are aware, because those top heads may understand the way they work, and they take advantage of the certain loopholes. But well, I may have to go back on what I say, that I don't blame them, but some of them, the security agencies equally will share in the blame, you know, because doing due diligence means irrespective of who is there, irrespective of how much you are paid and everything, you have to do your job. I believe also they may have done their job, then kept the note away, waiting for the appropriate time for those things to come up.
Now it has it has brought in some kind of scandal to the federal government and to the man at the helm of affairs in Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And you say the security agencies still have to keep quiet in order not to sacrifice the persons that are involved. But already the president has ordered arrests to be made.
Yes.
About 2 permanent secretaries should be arrested, and of course Wabeze himself should be arrested. But I do know that no such order came during the presidential
intervention, foreign
intervention promotion council, that no such arrest, because I do know from the office of the
chief of staff,
the office of Accountant General of Federation, who of course gave them lines to open accounts and all that. From the office of the head of service of the Federation, of course, the head of service has been retired honorably. She was not sacked. She has been just retired, and Nyatan was sworn in, I think, yesterday.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that no such order for arrests were spontaneously done by Mr. President, unlike the present Secretary Wabeze's own case, where 2 permanent secretaries has been suspended.
Yes.
Arrest and suspended. So, which means that, does it mean their boss, being the secretary to the government of the Federation, do not know the activities of these permanent secretaries in his own office?
It's possible. It's possible. That's why I mentioned before that those who are close to the AGF, who know his routine, daily routine, can take advantage of certain loopholes to create certain things and make sure it remains as created without him knowing. If no due diligence is done, no such this thing can be found out. So I think that may be the issue. And
because the office of the government of the Federation also was fingered as the one who approved the Canada trip for Ademi. The same office of the Secretary to the government of the Federation. So, and the same office of the government of the Federation wrote, may have, although they said they were forgeries. I've not seen ICPC coming out to say documents were forged in the present fake agency.
Yes.
They said most of the other documents were forged. But we kept interrogating that question, where we asked questions as to whether police investigated the claim by Ademi that he had Tabuno as a go-between him and the chief of staff. And Tabuno was a go-between, but Tabuno died in a hotel in Abuja. They did not wait 2 minutes and they demolished the entire hotel. There were no traces. Then we want to ask, and of course we interrogated the fact that there are cameras, of course. It is even compulsory in Abuja. Where are the cameras? Did you demolish the cameras? You must have the cameras recordings on your phone, on the phone of whoever is in charge of the place, or where those cameras and the custodian of the phone and every other person burnt. What was the police investigation? Where are his corpses? Hurriedly bury the corpse? What is the... Oh, God. We cannot even police have not even told us how the man died and what happened to him, whether there was an inferno. If there was an inferno, we should have seen it. Do you understand? So we began to interrogate that as a way of cover-up to this whole issue, and which is the best evidence that Adeyemi may have. Because presently, Adeyemi also said he has not met the Chief of Staff one-on-one. So, the best evidence is somebody who would have corroborated his claims. But the person is no more. And everything, okay, we gave money. The person who died has an account in banks.
Yes.
Trace these things, how money moved and all that. But that is not where we have to go. Where we have to go now is, with this continued situation about fake agencies, where do we go from here? What is the government supposed to do?
It shows this whole thing shows the kind of the desperate nature of many people who are close to the powers that be. Everybody wants to make money through any means, including getting a fake agency to run and be using it to be getting money from the coffers of the Federation.
Yes, that's a loophole, time that every people given the opportunity to serve in the administration tends to cash in on the loopholes to create situation where they will be able to siphon funds from government. So that is part of the corruption inherent in the system, I believe. And so submitted Damian Duriho, my comrade, who lent voice on our topic, ICPC and another fake agency investigation. That's the much we can take on today's arena for want of time. Maybe we'll have another time to discuss issues more better than we have done. We thank you, Damian Duriho, for coming.
Thank you.
And of course, we ask you, viewer, to join us same time, same station for another beautiful edition.
You're welcome.
Program. Thank you.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Eastern Voices, where the heartbeat of Southeast speaks. Its people, its power, its future.
Hello teenagers out there, welcome to Teens Jive. This is your parlor where you can actually have the realest conversation, where we'll answer the toughest questions, where we keep it real, we keep it simple, we keep it together. This is the Teens Zone, your comfort zone. And I am Onyinyechi Alexa, your favorite host. And I'm glad to take you on another ride on this edition of Teens Jive. Just before we dive in, let's take a short break and we will be right back and head into the conversation. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello fam, welcome to the conversation section. On today's conversation, we'll be discussing about something that is very, very important and crucial for every young person living out there. But before we head into the conversation, I'd like to introduce my pretty guest. Her name is Mata Okenwa. Mata, you're welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'm very delighted to be here with you. Thank you.
It's glad. Well, we're so happy to have you in our midst. So, the topic for today's conversation is teenagers and romantic relationship. So what prompted this topic is the questions we have been getting. When should I date? Is it okay to have a crush? You know, all those questions coming from young people who are curious about romantic relationship.
Yeah.
So we'll dive in a little bit into that today because we don't have all the luxury to, you know, touch every aspect of this topic. So, but before we dive in, I would like to ask you a very sincere question.
Okay.
And I would like your honest response.
All right.
So, my first question to you is, looking back at your teenage self, what made you to think about love? That's if you did. If you did, what made you think or consider love and relationship?
Okay, I would say first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity.
You're welcome, ma.
So just if I should think back on my teenage years, I would say it was more like an exploration. Not like I actually entered into any unnecessary relationships, actually. But I saw most of my friends right there in secondary school. They had this feeling about engaging with their fellow classmates, as the opposite sex, in relationships. People who could maybe a guy that could get you something, you know, escort you back home, you know, and kind of be that kind of bodyguard or something like that. So when I think about relationship, when I was quite younger, then I would say, okay, maybe just to see what this is about.
Okay.
Really, but I would say by God's grace, I wasn't one who actually ventured into relationship when I was younger. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really venture, even if at a point it seemed as if I could actually go that road. God actually delivered me. And I would say it was really a timely deliverance, if I'm to put it that way. Honestly, God really delivered me because I was quite younger then, and I actually had this belief that maybe I like guys who are cute, who are handsome, you know, and I just had this thing for guys who are actually intelligent. You understand? And it's not even like I could just hang out with any guy like that, because obviously I'm quite a young person. I'm quite an intelligent lady, right? Even from my secondary school, I've always been an intelligent person. So I would love to go with my own kind of person. But then I thank God that I didn't actually go that road because
so there was no intelligent guy that was able to like.
There was actually, but I just said that wasn't really my focus at that point. That wasn't really my focus at that point, and though it was standing out to me as I can explore this, right? But even when I look into it, I see that this is something that I won't even be free to do because coming from my home, my parents, they actually really put their attention on us very, very well. So I was more like that good girl kind of person. So I was just someone who liked to play the good girl book in a very sincere way.
Right.
Yeah, so I would say that was it for me when I was younger in my teenage years.
I actually love the fact that you made mention of, you know, the gifts part for the ladies.
Yeah.
Because basically, when guys, especially guys who are older than the young girl, comes to woo the girl, they're more like, you don't have a phone, I'm going to get you a phone.
Exactly, exactly.
Because that particular line was so popular.
Yes, yes.
They were like, okay.
I think I remember some time ago, like, a particular time when I was like, okay, I think I may try this out. The important thing I started wondering was a phone.
Yes.
I didn't think I really had a functional phone then.
Tempting. Like, it was so
because
tempting.
the guy will come to you and be like, I can get you a phone, you know, I can get you something so that we can be able to talk.
Yeah.
And you know those midnight calls that do that was popular back then. So, and all of that, you even hear your friends telling you and you're like, oh my god, what's all this about? But honestly, but I would still say that wasn't really my focus at that point. Right? I was more about my books, and I was more of church girl, right? So my life was situated around the church, just home, school, and voila.
Yeah. So you know that church girls, I just love the way you made mention of church girls.
Oh, okay.
I'm a church girl too. So, but a lot of church girls have this notion. I know. Okay, I don't want to say myself, but we know that, you know, dating and relationship is for a certain age.
Yes, yes.
But because of these questions, you know, the feeling that erupts from young people, you know, during that particular stage of their life, they're actually pushed to. But most of them, they are held back, not because they want to actually stay back, but because of their church orientation.
Yeah. Okay. If I'm to say something about that, the thing is that if in the church, young people are actually advised to